Voila!
Meatloaf? Again? That's it? I'm switching families.
Your little one grew 3 inches overnight. Adorable. Also, expensive. Sell their pint-sized pieces on Depop and list them in minutes with no selling fee.
Grainger knows that as the procurement coordinator at a manufacturing plant, you can count on auto reordering to have the PPE you need on hand. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot make your email response time faster. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you find space for your 3 desk drinks. Why do you have 3? And while we can't help you find the
People have lots of opinions when it comes to our bodies, our shapes, and how we dress. Since when is it anyone's business but yours? Ask your healthcare provider if Mirena, levonorgestrel-releasing intrauterine system, 52 milligrams could be an option for you. To learn more, head to Mirena.com. And to view the full prescribing information, visit Mirena-US.com/PI. That's MIRENA-US.com/PI.
Getting a phone for $0 is too good to be true. A hassle, but not at Verizon. Now, when you make the switch to Verizon, America's best network, you can get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Plus for $0. No drama, no hassles. No trade-in needed when you get a new line on select unlimited plans. Talk about a no-brainer. Best network based on root metrics, best overall mobile network performance, US 2H 2025. All rights reserved. See Verizon.com for details.
I'm ready. Come on! You know the chronicles, the shit that if mama knew, the stress, the drama do, the text phenomenal. Rapid fire, pecs through the abdominal. You bastard liars, me who's the honorable. Bathed and clothed up, shaved and close cut. Restraint from temptation was drained from both nuts. Now in the physical form, verbalized through the scriptures, I was biblically born as Aya. Jeremiah, conceived through the blunt fire. On Kawasaki's Willie up on one tire. Well respected, gel connected. Got the method for them pretty females perfected for sure. Very few floors, heavy Chevy 2 doors. Candy painted to give a nigga the blue balls. Pause, this the life I chose. Done did the 360, the ciphers closed. Come on.
The format is real sickening, contagious. Here I come, Daisy. There you go.
Still, I don't have to run no game, I've done no stakes.
Young and gifted, my tongue's prolific. In the beach bungalow is how I bung in Christmas. With a street summer flow from the hungriest district. Switch kicks, crisp when I come to them picnics. Play slow, paper chase stack and lay low. Range road, tinted all black, the same old. Psychic mind, bites his rhymes. Then turned a new leaf on my life of crime. No concerns with new beef, who's as nice as I'm. It's confirmed from few feet, I'm still a sniper blind. Built my fame, spilt my pain. Politic and daily still trying to milk the game. It's obvious that I'm real, rap skills remain. I took some change and I'm still the same.
The format is real sickening, contagious. Here I come, Daisy. There you go.
Still, I don't have to run no game, I've done no stakes.
Learned the system, burned some ism. Jotted my Jews down like journalism. How I maneuver now, it emerged in wisdom. A pilgrim, prophesize, putting words to rhythm, relating. I Adam Clayton in manifestation, patient. Meditating with the man who's waiting, pacing. Like an inmate that sealed his fate. Let some years escape, but I'm still in shape. I'm chilling, deeply rooted. A beast with music from best out to the east. I'm too at peace to lose it, beloved. I still does it. Breathing off a Trump budget. Fresh out of Bloomies with the Louis luggage.
The format is real sickening, contagious. Here I come, Daisy. There you go.
How we get down.
The format is real sickening, contagious. Here I come, Daisy. There you go.
How we get down.
Daisy. Here I come, Daisy. Here I come, Daisy. Here I come, there you go.
How we get down.
There you go. Daisy. Here I come. Here I come.
皆さんこんにちは。バイオハザードレクイエムディレクターの中西です。2月27日にね、発売させていただいたバイオハザードレクイエムですけども、非常に好評いただいてまして、すでに500万本を突破したとのことです。中西です。2月27日にね、発売させていただいたバイオハザードレクイエムですけども、非常に好評いただいてまして、すでに500万本を突破したとのことです。本当にたくさんの方にプレイしていただいて、開発チーム一同としても圧倒的感謝でございます。本当にありがとうございます。先日ね、いくつかの問題修正したアップデート配信させてもらったんですけども、引き続き問題修正や快適性向上のサポートを続けていこうと考えてます。で、さらにね、コンテンツ追加というのも計画しておりまして、まずは要望の多いフォトモード、それから5月頃にはなると思うんですけども、ちょっとしたミニゲームっていうのも準備しております。レクイエムはね、好評に応えるべく今後も継続したサポートを続けていきたいと考えております。そう、あとこれですね。違う。はい、追加ストーリーコンテンツ、こちらの方制作決定しました。こちらの方はですね、レクイエムの世界をさらに掘り下げて楽しめる内容を目指して絶賛開発中です。配信まではちょっと少々時間を渡してしまうことになるかと思いますので、楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。最後に改めて皆さん本当にどうもありがとうございました。発売させていただいた
初代ゼルダはもちろんやったんですけど、これリンクの冒険がめっちゃ好きで硬派なゲームなんですけど、僕も大好きでしたね。実は僕バイオハザードリベレーションも作ってて、スカルミリオーネっていう盾をね持った敵がいて、盾を上下にこう狙うとねこうやってくるんですよ。それは実はリンクの冒険のアーマーの兵士、あれが元ネタなんでここ初めて言いました。てなぐらいもう任天堂さんに育てられたと言っても間違いないぐらいの遊んでましたね。ホラーゲームって結構誤解されてるんですけど、普通ゲームって爽快感とかね、気持ちよくなれたりとか、あと癒されたい、そのためにやるのに、なんでわざわざゲームで怖い、辛い、脅かされる思いをしなきゃいけないのっていう方結構いらっしゃると思うんですけど、実はホラーゲームこそ圧倒的な爽快感を味わえるゲームなんですよ。バイオハザードって結構上質なミステリーなんですよね。意外にもホラーゲームなんでクリーチャーとかゾンビ出てくるんですけど、なんでこの人そうなってんの、一体ここで何が起きたのみたいなところをゲームを進めてこう解き明かしていく。で例えば部屋が散らかって、鍋がひっくり返ってますと、そこにもちゃんとこう理由があって作ってるんで、その経緯が分かった時になるほどなと、そういうことを、知っていく、ここも一つホラーの面白さではありますね。極限状況なんですよね、ホラーって。で、極限状況における人間の振る舞い、これ一番こう人間の本性が出るところで、極限状況下のドラマっていうのもホラーゲームの見どころなんで、バイオハザードはやっぱりその逆転の怖さからの逆転する気持ちよさ、それから一体これ何が起きてんだっていうその知っていくミステリーで、その状況下でのキャラクターたちのドラマっていう部分が魅力になってるのかなと思う。その一本は十分楽しめるように作ってあって、でさらにもうちょっと知ろうと思ったら実はこうつながってる世界観として、ここが魅力になってるんで、レクイエムももちろん初めて遊んでも何も知らなくてもレクイエムとして楽しめます。でさらに他のもやっていくと、これってこういうことだったんだ分かっていくと、そういう、新規の皆さんの入りやすいタイトルにやっぱりなってますね。レクイエムのストーリーは2人の主人公がいます。レジェンドのずっとバイオハザードテを戦ってきたレオン、そして、新米の FBI 分析官のグレース。その2人が全く違う目的で いるんですけども、やがてこう交錯していくと。レオンは今回約30年ぶりにラクーンシティに帰還するんですけど、レオンにとってのルーツ、彼がバイオハザードテロと戦うことになった出発点なんですよね。でそこにレオンが帰ってくるっていうのはすごく大きな意味があって、現在のラクーンシティで彼が何を見てどう思うかっていうのはレクイエムの重要なハイライトになってます。新キャラクターのグレースって出てくるんですけども、実は母親が殺されてしまったと。で謎の死を遂げてしまったんですけども、一体なぜ殺されてしまったかっていうのを追っかけていくうちに自分にまつわる秘密っていうのも気づいていくと、そういったところがストーリーの軸になってますね。もう彼女も、バイオハザード初めての体験でゾンビも見たことない、普通の人見たことないんですけど、でそのバイオハザードの歴史、アンブリアとかラクーンシティとかをほとんど知らない立場からスタートするんですよ。でレクイエムの中で、バイオハザードの歴史を知っていく。なんでグレースと一緒にバイオハザードを分かっていく、ゾンビに初めて会って怖がれる。で最終的にはその中で成長していくと、こういう一緒に成長する体験ができるっていうのもレクイエムの魅力かなと思ってますね。レクイエムのゾンビは今までのゾンビとちょっと違っているところがあって、そのゾンビの生前の特徴を少し反映してます。例えば舞台のいわゆる療養所なんですけども、そこのお医者さんだったらゾンビになった後も手術をしようとしてる。もちろんもうわけ分かってないんだと思うんですけども、それっぽいことをひたすらやってたり、掃除係死してなお館をきれいにしようと一生懸命ずっと鏡磨いてると。でこれもねやっぱりじゃあこの人なんでこんなことをしてんのっていうのを、ゲーム進んでいくと分かるようになっていくんですけども、一方でゲームとしても彼らの特徴が分かれば、グレースのゲームプレイだと、このゾンビはやり過ごせそうだからなんとかしてやり過ごしたい、もしくは今はこっち来たら危ないから戻ろうとか、そういった戦闘以外の選択をするときに特徴を利用してやり過ごすことっていうのもできるようになってます。スイッチ2になってグラフィックのスペックとかも上がったんで、一つうちらのバイオハザードも動くんじゃないかってやると、それこそ余裕で動いたんですよね。で僕ら開発メンバーも作ってるの初めて見た時にやっぱり疑いましたからね。わかります？3度見する感じで実機これみたいな、それぐらいスムーズに動いたんで、ほなもうこれこのままでやりましょうみたいなところで作ることになりましたね。でやっぱ携帯モードでこんだけのスペック出てればもう十分綺麗かなぐらいに感じますね。あとスイッチ2ならゲームチャット、あれはホラーゲームにぴったりです。だから一人でやるのは無理って思う人も友達飲んで見てもらえるだけで、それこそ一緒に盛り上がれるんで、もうまさにバイオのために作っていただいたかなぐらいに思ってますね。やっぱりスイッチ2で、バイオハザードの新作を発売日に出すっていうのは本当に久しぶりのことではあるんで、バイオハザード普段遊んでない方でも遊んでもらう機会っていうのができるのかなとは期待してますね。そういった方がバイオってこういうゲームなの、こういうとこ面白いよねとか、そういう風に、気づいてもらえれば嬉しいなとは思ってます。グレースのホラー、レオンのアクション、それから一人称視点、三人称視点、カジュアルな優しい難易度からハードコアな難易度、こういったバイオハザードの魅力がもうギュギュッと詰まったところなので、ファンはもちろん初めて今まで遊んだことないよっていう方もぜひ遊んでみてほしいなと思いますね。
They don't know the first thing about you or Walmart Plus. Like that Walmart Plus members get free delivery on more than just groceries. Free delivery on these apples and this shirt. Knowing about Walmart Plus is a beautiful thing.
That's 6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good. Leon, we're running out of time.
After 30 years of fighting bioterrorism, the Raccoon City survivors and heroes face a new threat, unlike ones from past Resident Evil entries. This time, their enemy is not lurking around the corner, in the dark, or rushing them in a large group. It is within them, and has been since that fateful night, around 30 years ago.
Raccoon City has been literally wiped off the map. Current reports have the death toll surpassing the 100,000 mark. Our hearts go out to those poor civilians of Raccoon City.
This pandemic has spread faster than any disease in modern history.
During the Raccoon City destruction incident in 1998, the survivors that lived still face societal difficulties and stigmas. Despite escaping the ordeal, they're still suffering. But now those very survivors have been found dead of a mysterious new disease. The FBI launched an investigation into the matter, as 6 victims have now turned up, who have all been survivors of that fateful disaster. And it cannot be a coincidence.
More and more, I find myself wondering if it's all worth fighting for. For a future without fear? Yeah, it's worth it.
The fact of the matter is, in a town outside of Raccoon City known as Rhodes Hill, research has been done on the disease, which was eventually named Raccoon City Syndrome, or we can say RCS. This research was done at the Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center, and their findings are crucial, not just in stopping this deadly condition, but understanding more about the mutagenic T virus that began the outbreak all those years ago.
Not you too. Sorry.
Also known as latent onset T-virus syndrome, RCS stems from prolonged exposure to the T-virus, and the condition can manifest with or without fluid contact or injection. Residual T-virus within the body of someone who has been exposed to it can actually manifest over a long period of time without showing signs that it is even there. As this condition is still being investigated, there is no effective treatment or cure, meaning that once it manifests, the results are fatal until some sort of solution can be found.
He got bit! He damn well got bit!
It has not been fully confirmed what counts as exposure exactly. It is a fact that the Raccoon City incident began with cannibal murders outside of the city, which were later found to be infected animals, test subjects, and residents living in the outskirts as a result of the T-virus leak in the Spencer Mansion facilities. Anyone bitten or that comes in contact with infected fluids has been shown to contract the T-virus. In these cases, the virus will start showing symptoms in a matter of hours to a few days, depending on the strain. Without a proper vaccine, the infected will transform into a zombie without fail. This is also spread by infected rats following the botched Operation Nestwrecker event on September 22, 1998. Other than direct contact or injection, it is also a fact that the Raccoon City water supply became tainted with the T-virus, causing widespread infection to those in the city without ever having contact with a zombie or BOW. It is very possible that some people who ingested the water received a small T-virus infection that would not show symptoms initially, becoming the phenomenon known as RCS in the coming years.
If we fail to do so, countless lives will be lost.
That guy's a maniac. Why'd he bite me?
It has also not been ruled out that the virus may be airborne, or at least can spread through the air for a period of time after release. RCS progresses through a series of stages, as shown from later investigation. The first stage, known as Stage 0, is the dormant stage. The T-virus lies dormant within the affected host due to the presence of specific antibodies during this stage. The virus is not completely suppressed, which results in it building an immunity to the antibodies over a long period of time. The next phase, known as Stage 1, is the activation stage. It is during this period that the virus becomes active and noticeable symptoms will begin to show. These symptoms include the appearance of black, bruise-like marks on the body, as well as general malaise and fits of coughing. Progressing next to Stage 2, which is known as development, the black marks spread further across the body, and numbness accompanies these marks in the affected areas. The marks also extend internally to the host's organs, sometimes causing the vomiting of blood, also known as hematemesis. The final stage of RCS, Stage 3, is the terminal stage. By this point, the black marks darken and spread across the entire body. Movement becomes difficult due to intense pain and severe fatigue. The vomiting of blood becomes uncontrollable at this stage, and unfortunately, patients that progress to this stage typically die within 1 to 2 hours. Until an effective treatment or cure can be found, those inflicted with RCS face a ticking clock before they expire.
I'm gonna scrub this virus from the face of the earth. You chose the role of rescuer rather than fighter like me. You chose a path that your brother and I couldn't follow.
Many survivors of the Raccoon City destruction incident went to fight bioterrorism or aid the victims of it, dedicating the rest of their lives to preventing others from experiencing what they did in the nightmare that was Raccoon City.
I've always valued your friendship, Leon.
Leon S. Kennedy is one such survivor who became a highly trained and well-respected agent of the Division of Security Operations, or DSO, which fights bioterrorism under the control of the United States President. Leon has been confirmed to be suffering from RCS. While investigating the mysterious deaths of 6 Raccoon City survivors, Leon follows the evidence to the Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. Up until this point, Leon has been concealing his hands with gloves, preventing anyone from seeing symptoms in the form of black marks. He was most likely in Stage 1 and has been so since the dark marks appeared on his hands. Early on in his investigation, Leon removes one of his gloves to see a very pronounced black mark developing across his hand. As he had on gloves before, he most likely already had some indication that he was infected, but he seems horrified at the sight of his hand once the gloves come off, so there must be an increase in symptoms, likely bringing him to Stage 2. If Leon is in Stage 2, that means that the black marks are beginning to extend to his internal organs, and he will likely be showing signs of hematemesis soon. By the time he joins forces with FBI agent Grace Ashcroft and travels back to the origin in Raccoon City, Leon has black marks on his neck. It is very probable that he is either close to or has reached the final stage in the RCS process, and that is not good. Once he officially begins this stage, he is estimated to have about an hour or two before succumbing to the virus, and that ticking clock has never been so fast. This is most likely what we presume to be Sherry is talking about when she says, "Leon, we're running out of time." When Leon was just a rookie cop on his first day in Raccoon City back in 1998, he remained among the infected in the city from the night of September 29th to the morning of September 30th. In addition to his exposure time, he was also shot while in the city sewers. Though he survived the bullet wound, having been treated by Ada, having an open injury in the sewer of an infected city probably greatly increased his chances of catching the T-virus. This is just one explanation of how he maybe picked up the virus while the Raccoon City incident was occurring, because we do know that in canon, they were not bitten.
I have a question.
You can ask me anything.
Where did we come from? Do I matter? Why can't I see God? Can I trust them? Is there really anyone up there? Are we being punished? I have a question.
You can ask me anything.
Don't shoot! Get down!
While in Raccoon City, Leon crossed paths with Claire Redfield, who came to the city looking for her missing brother Chris.
Live around here?
No. Looking for my brother. He's a cop too.
Claire spent as much time in the city as Leon did, but she never received an open wound. It is currently unconfirmed if she is symptomatic with RCS, but based on her time in Raccoon City, it can't be ruled out. Leon also encountered professional spy Ada Wong while in the city, and Ada, like Leon, also experienced an open wound during the events of Raccoon City, meaning she is also most likely at a higher risk of developing RCS than Claire, putting her possibly in the same boat as Leon. While it is unknown at the time if she's infected or if she even will make an appearance in Requiem, it would be cool to see her come back and to be suffering from the same thing as Leon, to team up perhaps one last time.
Sherry Birkin, National Security.
Sherry Birkin, you were in Raccoon City.
How do you know that?
Claire,
Wait, are you Chris?
my sisters told me all about you.
On the other hand, Leon's teammate in the present is most likely Sherry Birkin, whom Leon met in Raccoon City when she was just 12 years old. Sherry is seen wearing gloves on her hands in the present, so she is most likely infected, possibly still at stage 1. Sherry lived in Raccoon City as a little girl and was the daughter of 2 Umbrella scientists. Her exposure time is longer than Leon or Claire's, but Sherry was directly infected with the G virus when her mutated father implanted her with a G embryo. Sherry came very close to mutating, but she was saved with a vaccine by Claire before this could occur.
What's up everyone, my name is Conjured Lion and welcome back to a brand new Resident Evil video. I hope you guys are having an amazing day so far. Consider subscribing to the channel if you do not want to miss any more Resident Evil content, as it greatly supports the channel. I'd highly appreciate it. That's if you want to, you know, you don't have to. But I am going to be releasing a lot of videos regarding a lot of questions that people do have about Resident Evil Requiem. Before I begin the video, I do want to say that beyond this point of the video, there are going to be heavy spoilers. Like, I'm going to talk about the ending. I am going to talk about pretty much everything when it comes to Resident Evil Requiem. And also, I am going to start with Grace and Spencer, because a lot of people were pretty much confused on the connectivity between the two. What was special about Grace? What was special about Spencer? The thing about Elpis. What is Elpis? What's the purpose of Elpis? The purpose of Grace? I'm gonna answer all of those in this video. So, who is Grace? Well, Grace Ashcroft is actually the new protagonist of Resident Evil Requiem. She's an FBI technical analyst investigating her mother's death and bioweapon outbreaks. She's introduced as the daughter of Alyssa Ashcroft, the journalist from Resident Evil Outbreak who survived the Raccoon City incident. But a major twist reveals that she's not biologically related to Alyssa. She was actually raised after Oswald E. Spencer, Umbrella's founder, who briefly adopted her post Raccoon City as you know, his redemption arc. So no, Alyssa and Grace, they have no biological connection whatsoever. It's just Alyssa took her in because Oswald E. Spencer asked her to do that. And if you guys don't know who Oswald E. Spencer is, he's actually the founder and CEO of the Umbrella Corporation. He was the central antagonist behind Resident Evil's bioweapon legacy. So everything that stems off from the progenitor, meaning the T virus, the G virus, the T Veronica virus, T Phobos, anything with T in it, the C virus as well. It's because of this man right here. He co-discovered the progenitor virus in 1966 with James Marcus, who is from, or the antagonist from Resident Evil 0, and Edward Ashford, who will probably be mentioned in the Code Veronica remake we'll learn more about him. So using the progenitor virus, they've used it as a pharmaceutical front for viral operations like the T virus, etc, etc. The goal was to evolve humanity under his quote-unquote godlike rule via projects like the Wesker children. These were the initial experiments. They were not infected by the T virus directly, they were infected by the progenitor virus. They were actually the testing grounds when it comes to Oswald E. Spencer's vision of human evolution. And I'll explain why people are initially upset of why the change for Oswald E. Spencer's. I mean, you can kind of guess why already, because Spencer was the main antagonist for so many years when it comes to the Resident Evil series, and for him to just turn a new leaf like this, I can see why people are upset at it. But bear with me, I'm gonna ramble a lot because this is going to be completely unscripted. This is going to be the top of the noggin and a few notes I have here in front of me. And of course, what the hell is Elpis? Well, Elpis is a powerful antiviral agent created by Spencer himself in Resident Evil Requiem. It was disguised as a mind control bioweapon to deter thieves like the Connections, Victor Gideon. Its true purpose is neutralizing progenitor-based viruses. This is progenitor-based viruses only, meaning the T virus, the G virus, the C virus, because the C virus is made from G and the Veronica virus, so that includes that. The T Veronica virus, T Phobos, pretty much anything that has T in it, it completely neutralizes these viruses. It reverses BOW mutations. It has regenerating aspects like regenerating tissue and restoring some functions like eyesight, as we've seen with Emily. How do we know that her eyesight actually came back? Well, if you remember the ending for Resident Evil Requiem, we've seen Grace talking to Leon at her desk as she's talking about how she's teaching Emily how to read now. And if we look at the photograph on her desk, we actually see Emily with her eyesight back. So this new cure actually has some crazy functions like restoring eyesight, which is really insane to think about. It kind of makes you wonder like if Lisa Trevor could have been saved this whole time, if this cure was actually known before. Maybe this could be a thing still. Maybe we can actually, it's a whole nother can of worms that I will tackle in the future of what I think the story is going to be in the future. But yes, in the canon release ending, Grace unlocks it via with the Hope password. It depowers enhanced foes like Xeno. It cured Leon's T virus infection completely and Sherry's, and obviously her G virus is no longer existent now because of this, because G virus again is actually a derivative from the T virus, so Sherry Birkin no longer has the G virus within her. But I think the new properties and like the overriding effects of Elpis is actually going to give these new characters, or not new characters, but these characters like some crazy properties now that we still probably are going to explore in the near future. We don't know if this is going to give them like immortality, like we just don't know. It's really early on to know what these properties do because they kept it a little bit ambiguous. So one of the biggest questions there was is why didn't Spencer initially use this before? Well, Spencer actually wanted to do like a final redemption, and it's to test humanity, cure the world, or destroy hope. So this was 100% onto Grace, aka you as the player. So it's shifting the series completely from endless viruses to new threats like untreated mold. There's probably an abundance of parasites out there that's waiting to be discovered. I mean, just because the T virus is no longer a thing, or probably not going to be a thing in the future, does not mean that there's not going to be any more threats within the Resident Evil universe. I mean, you had the Las Plagas that most likely the Elpis is not effective against. We still have the mold that the Elpis is not effective against either. And I do want to mention one quote that Victor Gideon does bring up when it comes to Elpis. He did say that this Elpis is actually going to bring a lot more chaos. And it's true. I feel like if you do have some curing abilities when it comes to bioweapons, if you have this cure and if you're going against another rival company that is using bioweapons against you, and if your line of defense is Elpis, you automatically win 10 out of 10 times because now you have the cure and you have the means to combat against these bioweapons now. So that's what he means by that. So whoever gets Elpis obviously isn't going to use it for good, but it's going to be used for a means of defense. And now from this fact alone, now it's really dependent on who has their hands on Elpis. Either you can use it for good or use it for evil, obviously. Or maybe you can just use some sort of reverse engineering that I think someone is going to use it for eventually. Somebody is going to mess with the properties within it. It's going to act like the new T virus. But the fact that you have rival companies that can actually use Elpis now as their means of defense is going to add on to another layer within the story of Resident Evil, which I don't think has ever been a thing within the series. It's always been, you know, I have bioweapons here, I have bioweapons there, but I don't think any rival company ever had something like, yeah, I can just cure your bioweapons, then what? So this is what he means by Elpis bringing upon chaos within the planet. So does Grace have any significance when it comes to her blood? No, the only connection there is the fact that she is basically the adopted daughter of Oswald E. Spencer, and because of this, Spencer actually wanted to turn a new leaf and actually wanted to become a good guy. Now, why is this a problem to a lot of people within the community? And it stems off because they made Oswald E. Spencer like the antagonist for literally the entire series. And even before like his death, he still had his godlike complex. And I get it, it's a retcon. But no, there is initially nothing special about Grace. So what about the children in Resident Evil Requiem? A lot of people did think that these are clones of Grace Ashcroft and still think they are. No, these kids have no relation to Grace Ashcroft whatsoever. These kids predate Grace, as we've seen in Resident Evil Requiem. Like the game or the initial scene actually takes place in the 1990s. So that rules out any clone theory out there. So she's not a clone, or these children are not a clone of Grace. Those kids you see in Resident Evil Requiem are not Grace's siblings. They're not clones, and they are not related to her in any confirmed way for now. So what is actually established in the game's story and the official breakdown when it comes to Grace and these little children that we do see in the 1990s? Like, what significance do they have together? Now, Grace herself is just an ordinary girl who was just adopted by Spencer and later given to Alyssa to raise. She's not a bioweapon or a source template for experimentation. She's none of that. The whole Grace is the original and the kids / Elpis clones are based on her idea. It's just a fan theory, and that's all it is. So they are not connected whatsoever. They're children tied to the Elpis project, are actually connected to Spencer's experimentation and his plans, but Grace is explicitly said to be separate from that program. So those kids are part of the Elpis experiment side of the plot when it comes to the ARC lab, while Grace is an unrelated girl who gets dragged into it because villains interpret her importance. So it was just all a misunderstanding, and Grace just had no part in that program whatsoever, even though they're wrong about what Elpis really is. And the group behind the experimentations are obviously the Connections, who were actually the same people behind Raccoon City's destruction. Why did they press that button? Well, they wanted to separate Umbrella and the US government, so the US government can team up with the Connections. And because Umbrella went bankrupt, the Connections actually took all the assets of Umbrella, and this explains probably why Hunk was in ARC as well, because I'm guessing that includes like every single Umbrella asset, even when it comes to the private military. So they literally took everything that's Umbrella's and it's now theirs ever since the bankruptcy in the early 2000s, as we've seen in the beginning of Resident Evil 4. So no, the kids have no significance when it comes to Grace, I should say. They're basically just failed attempts to replicate what they misread as her unique genetics, turning into horror when the process fails. That's really all they are. So we really don't know who Grace's real parents are in the Resident Evil series. Maybe that'll be discovered in a future time. But as far as we're concerned, it's not Alyssa's biological child. Obviously, it's not Spencer's either. So who the hell is Grace? Who is Grace's parents? We don't have that answer fully yet. But as of right now, she is just a random child that Spencer kind of just adopted. And that's where the connectivity between the two comes from. And that's why people think that Grace has like this special genetic within her because of this information itself. However, to flip that, we do have stuff that we do know. We do know that Grace is actually immune to the T-virus because we actually did see her get bit in the very beginning of the game. So she could still very well be like a clone. She could still be like an experimentation. She could have been made by Umbrella. These are things that are going to be explored in the future. I'm not gonna lie, I did like the story, but I just don't buy one thing, and that's the fact that Spencer just randomly just turns good all of a sudden after all all of the atrocities that he has committed throughout the series. He just randomly just has a redemption arc, and I'm just like, I really don't buy that, only because when you play and read about Resident Evil 1, what he actually did to the Trevors is actually one of the most devastating and saddest stories in Resident Evil history, and it's because of that man. Like, yes, people can change, but after that, like, there was no going back. Like, he literally lured the whole entire family into the Spencer Mansion, killed George Trevor because he was actually the builder of the Spencer Mansion, and because of this, he knew too much. So he invited the rest of the family, and then he just killed them all one by one, and there you go. They started experimenting on the wife, they started experimenting on Lisa, and that's how we got Lisa Trevor. It's just a devastating story that all of a sudden, after those atrocities, he never felt bad about it, but all of a sudden he adopts Grace, and now all of a sudden he has regrets, which I don't kind of buy it. I feel like he was evil to begin with, and I feel like a person like that just doesn't feel bad all of a sudden. That doesn't really, I don't know, maybe it's just me. I just don't think that happens often, I should say, at least. But overall, I freaking love Resident Evil Requiem. I do love the story despite all of the issues I do have as being like a long time Resident Evil fan. Like, I love the classics, and the fact that it's just Spencer just turned into a good guy, I don't hate it. I kind of expected it, but at the same time, it's like, really, like, I don't know. But overall, I still loved Requiem. I'm having so much fun with it. I've been replaying this game over and over again. I've been streaming it too. I've been having so much fun with Requiem. If you have not played Requiem yet, I highly recommend it, because honestly, I'm loving it more than I thought I would. I'm gonna be honest. Now I'm just rambling about how I feel about the game, but let me let you guys go. But if you guys like the content, make sure to like the video, and if you are new to the channel, do not want to miss any more Resident Evil content, be sure to hit that subscribe button and make sure to hit that notification bell so you will not miss any more Resident Evil content. And most importantly, guys, I want you guys to have an amazing day. Please stay safe out there. It's a dangerous world out there. Please take an herb with you if you need some, or I don't know, take Leon's axe. Actually, don't do that. Don't go around carrying an axe randomly. But drink plenty of water, eat plenty of food, and I'm gonna catch you guys on the next one. And until then, peace.
I vape, but I don't like
Resident Evil 9 DLC has officially been confirmed by the director of the Resident Evil series, and this is huge news for fans of the franchise. The director recently talked about the upcoming story expansion and confirmed that Capcom is currently working on additional content for Resident Evil 9. According to him, the team plans to add more story material, new content, and even a small mini-game, which is expected to arrive sometime in May, similar to how Resident Evil 4 Remake received extra content after launch. So yes, the story expansion for Resident Evil 9 is officially in development. This confirmation came directly from the director himself, which makes the information much more reliable. Now, if you've been following my previous videos, you probably remember that I already talked about a possible expansion releasing sometime in 2026 for Resident Evil 9. Based on what we are hearing now, that prediction might actually turn out to be true. What makes this DLC even more interesting is that it will reportedly focus heavily on Leon Kennedy. Leon has always been one of the most popular characters in the Resident Evil franchise, and fans have been asking for more stories centered around him. We already know a lot about Leon from previous games, but there are still many unanswered questions about what he has been doing in recent years, especially after the events of Resident Evil 4 and the newer timeline leading into Resident Evil 9. While confirming the DLC, the director was holding several photos that appeared to show new characters and moments from the expansion. One of the most interesting photos showed Leon standing next to a mysterious woman. At the moment, we don't know exactly who she is. Some fans believe it could be Ada Wong, since she has always had a complicated relationship with Leon throughout the series. However, nothing has been officially confirmed yet. There are also some fans who are speculating that Leon might actually be married now. Again, this is just speculation at the moment, but if the mysterious woman in the photo isn't Ada, then it could mean the DLC is introducing a completely new character connected to Leon's personal life. That would be a very interesting direction for the story. If this turns out to be true, the DLC might focus not only on action and horror, but also on Leon's personal journey and what he has been doing during the last few years. We might finally get to see a more personal side of Leon that we haven't really explored in previous games. Another interesting detail shown in the photos is the appearance of Hunk. Fans of the series know that Hunk is a legendary Umbrella operative who has appeared in several Resident Evil titles. In one of the photos, we see Hunk alongside what appears to be a new character introduced in Resident Evil 9. Some rumors suggest that this new character may actually be working with Chris Redfield. If that's true, it could mean the DLC will also connect Leon's story with Chris's ongoing mission against bioterrorism. That would make sense because Resident Evil has always been about the larger conflict involving bio, weapons, secret organizations, and global threats. Because of Resident Evil 9's storyline, there are actually many different directions Capcom could take with this DLC. For example, they could expand on Chris Redfield's role and reveal where he currently is. They could also bring Ada Wong back into the story and explore her connection with Leon once again. And of course, there is the biggest question that fans always ask: is Albert Wesker really dead, or could he somehow return again? Resident Evil has a long history of bringing back major characters, so it wouldn't be surprising if Capcom decided to revisit that storyline in some way. Overall, the confident Resident Evil 9 story expansion is very exciting news. A Leon-focused DLC, new characters, possible appearances from classic characters, and additional gameplay content could make this one of the most interesting expansions in the series. But of course, right now many details are still unknown. We don't know exactly when the DLC will release, how long the story will be, or what the final plot will look like. Hopefully Capcom will reveal more information in the coming months. So what do you think about this news? Do you think the mysterious woman in the photo is Ada Wong, or could she be a completely new character in Leon's life? And do you think characters like Chris Redfield or Albert Wesker might appear in the expansion? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And if you enjoy Resident Evil news, leaks, and updates like this, make sure to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss future videos. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Verizon does. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
I'm Derek, and I'm 55 years old. And for years, I've been inactive due to knee pain. At my last checkup, I was told I need to get moving again. To help me prepare for my first 5K, my run club suggested I check out Roadrunner Sports. A fit expert took me to the perfect fit zone. Wow, the technology they used. The 3D foot scan, the treadmill analysis, it was awesome. With new shoes and custom insoles, I'm walking on clouds. No more knee pain. Now I'm back, living an active lifestyle and doing it pain-free.
From Leon-only prototypes, to disturbing scrapped segments, all the way to a cancelled multiplayer build, here is the cut content of Resident Evil 9. In one of the early builds for RE9, the devs designed the game to be solely focused on Leon. Grace Ashcroft wasn't even in the picture at one point. The team wanted to return to the main narrative of the saga that is Raccoon City, after RE7 and RE8 strayed too far from it, and since the iconic main character of those games has been Leon, they planned on bringing him back and designing a horror-focused experience with him. However, further on in development, the team concluded that creating a game experience that could genuinely scare Leon felt like a bit of a stretch, given everything he had already been through as an accomplished agent in RE4 and RE6. So this build was ultimately cut, and that's when they brought in Grace to still capture that horror experience while still keeping Leon in for the intense action as well. Within the footage Capcom showed, it appears that Leon was going to show up to the Renwood Hotel instead of Grace. It is shown that he still has a similar style, wearing the same black jacket and arming himself with the Requiem hand cannon. Meanwhile, some of the environments look slightly altered, like the outside alleyway, along with the inside of the hotel. Unlike the final build, which had an abandoned look from the fire damage years prior, in this build, the hotel looks completely functional, and is still seemingly operating when Leon arrives, as we can see that the power is still on in the building. This highlights an interesting detail in regards to the story. Since Grace wasn't in the picture at the time, none of that additional story with her and Alyssa was even a thought. Instead of Grace witnessing her mother's death and the building being set ablaze, the Leon build reveals a completely different story of him investigating the still functioning hotel, a story that we may never know about. Aside from the scrapped build, RE9's concept art gives us a bigger glimpse into some initial designs and ideas that we never got to see in the final game. Like in Grace's concept art, for example, it looks like at one point there was going to be a cutscene during her investigation of the Renwood Hotel, where she would lie on the floor next to body tape and take notes of her observations. Taking a closer look at Alyssa's concept art, we can see some interesting early sketches while her and Grace were spending the night at the hotel. Instead of being hunted by a single infected assassin, this drawing showcases multiple hooded men going in to attack her. Interestingly, we can see flames in the background, implying that they always intended for the building to in some way be set ablaze. In the other drawing, it looks like there was going to be a scene with Alyssa and Grace hiding behind a desk in hopes to avoid the assassin. Maybe instead of meeting the hotel staff face to face, this was them hiding from afar as they watched him sadly get assassinated. Now as we dive into Sherry's concept art, we can see that there was originally going to be a cutscene with both her and Leon. This was probably set to take place near the beginning of the game, where the two would get their introductions while discussing their Raccoon City Syndrome illness and the ongoing investigation. Something else worth mentioning is the different outfit worn by Leon that kind of looks something similar to his design in Infinite Darkness. As we progress to the Care Center art, although it's a small detail, it looks like there were originally plans to have a row of seats in the middle of the building, which were ultimately never implemented, probably to keep this room having a more open feeling. Another piece of concept art from the hospital shows what looks to be a zombified staff member feasting on a large rodent at the staircase. Maybe there was going to be a small scene where Grace hides behind the corner and witnesses this dark and gruesome tragedy occur. Whatever the case may be, this was probably cut for it being too disturbing. Now on to the Raccoon City art. The area where we encounter the giant spider was going to be a lot different. Instead of small webs decorating its home, this art shows an entire ecosystem in which it lives in, with webs having completely taken over the area and holding various vehicles and debris, and even other infected saved for its next meal. This was ultimately toned down heavily in the final game, likely to keep the spider's appearance more of a surprise. With there being barely any webs leading up to its first encounter, I think a lot of people, including myself, were pretty caught off guard when it appeared to attack Leon. Another interesting concept for the spider showcases that the creature was originally going to emerge out of a dark parking garage, but it was probably removed in favor of having the creature sneak up on Leon.
Choose Advil Liquid Gels for faster, stronger, and longer lasting relief than Tylenol Rapid Release Gels. Advil targets pain caused by inflammation for fast, strong relief. Choose Advil.
I've learned from my mistakes.
After a few weeks of using the DJI Osmo Action 6, it stopped feeling like a new gadget and started acting like part of my daily carry. It came with my friends and me on quad.
Moving on to the motorcycle chase, it is revealed that the zombie dogs that pursue after Leon were initially designed to be much larger, to the point where they completely towered over Leon on his bike. This honestly would have been absolutely terrifying to go up against, and it was likely altered for a more realistic zombie dog style, like those we've seen in past entries. Then, as we make our way to the RPD, the sketches show that both the station and orphanage were planned to have a much darker and foggier atmosphere. I've also seen people bring up that it kinda looks like it's snowing, and I think the orphanage art best showcases that, as we can see the trees and ground have the white shade to them. But at the same time, this could also very well just be ashes. Now this next concept is probably the darkest out of them all, as it looks to be a scrapped segment for the horrific cloning experiments taking place at the orphanage. We can see 4 children forcibly lined up on a wall to be further examined, and it looks like one of the kids is being fed some sort of drug while the doctors stand close by to take notes. While this would have given us more insight on the full operations taking place at the orphanage, it's probably a good thing this was removed, as it would have been just way too disturbing. And finally, once we get to the batch of concept art for the Arc Lab, the character model for Hunk can be seen in nearly every single one somewhere in frame. Not only does this give further proof for the commander being Hunk, but it also makes it seem that the soldier was originally planned to play a much larger role, and possibly continue to pursue Leon throughout the building. So yes, as I said in the intro, RE9 originally did start as an online open world multiplayer game that would have a similar playstyle to Resident Evil 6. The developers spent a lot of time experimenting with it and coming up with interesting concepts. But in the end, this build was ultimately scrapped when they realized it wasn't something fans would want to see and play. And that's when the devs went back to the drawing board and created what would lead to the final build of Requiem. Even though very little footage of this build was shown, there's still a ton of interesting details scattered throughout, starting with the heads-up display. At the bottom right-hand corner of each clip, there seems to be some button prompts for special abilities that are unique for each character, and that can only be used when collecting a specific number of crafting materials. In the first clip, we can see what looks like some sort of healing ability to cure yourself or nearby teammates, so this was probably the medic class of character. Right next to that, there is another ability with the skull icon that might have been an ability to cure certain status ailments like poison or infection. This next class has an ability icon with a zigzag arrow, which could maybe mean some type of super speed mechanic that gives the player heightened agility for a small period of time. And then, the last class revealed seems to be some sort of defender/equipment type character, as we can see what looks to be a riot shield ability, along with a hammer that could possibly be a special weapon, or maybe it was used to go along with a crafting mechanic. As for the settings and environments, with the few clips they showed, we could first see what looks like a foggy forest area. If they were intending for this build to also take place in Raccoon City, then maybe this could have been located somewhere in the Arklay Forest right outside of town. Next, we have what looks to be a gun shop, as we can see a shotgun stock used for the store sign. And then the last two areas shown are a lot harder to make out, but the one looks like they are inside some sort of building, while the other looks like some outside area in the city because of the fence on the left side and the whole area itself being super foggy. The enemies themselves are a little harder to make out due to their environments, but it looks like the only thing shown is your typical infected zombie, along with a tyrant bioweapon that confronts the players in the fog. Character models are also hard to make out, besides one in the gun shop scene that's a girl with blonde hair. And the last thing worth pointing out is a percentage bar that appears at the top right of each clip, with some being higher than others. This could very well be a mechanic taken from the Outbreak games, where it acts as some sort of virus gauge to determine how long a player may spend on a particular level. Once the gauge reaches 100% on a single player, the character turns into a zombie, resulting in a game over. But on the other hand, if you're playing the online mode, as the player becomes a zombie, they become able to attack other nearby players. Although this build was ultimately cut, it showcases how insanely different RE9 could have turned out. Instead of fear, isolation, and story, we almost got another online multiplayer experience, which is something Capcom has seemingly been struggling to perfect over the recent years. Click this video here to learn about the full tragic story of Emily and Marie. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
We have nearly 300 beaches in Puerto Rico.
Resident Evil.
In my last video, I explored the secret city in Resident Evil Requiem, but in this video, I'm going even further, using the FreeCam mod to dive deep behind the scenes of the game, and some of these hidden details are truly weird. To kick off the video, we are starting with the incredible secret behind these guys. Spoilers, they are not guys. They aren't even human. The BSAA shows up at the end of the game to rescue Leon and Grace, and their faces are never revealed. They're hidden behind reflective helmets. But if we use the FreeCam mod to clip through their helmets, we can see something I never expected. They appear to be bioweapons, with glowing red eyes, grey skin, and what appears to be black tar emanating from their eyes. They certainly don't look human. Now, this leads to the question, why do all members of the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance look like this? The answer leads right on from Resident Evil Village. At the end of that game, the BSAA deploys biological soldiers instead of normal human troops. These soldiers appear to be bioorganic weapons, aka BOWs, that are controlled and used as combat units.
BSAA didn't send soldiers. This is a bioweapon.
The hell were they thinking?
Orders, Captain.
Pick up the rest of the squad. Plot a course for BSAA Europe HQ. Someone's gotta pay.
This is a big twist because the BSAA was originally founded to fight bioweapons, not use them. Other BOWs include Lickers, Hunters, Nemesis, and Mr. X. So these BOWs that Chris is allying with, they don't exactly have great company. It suggests that the organization may have become corrupt or compromised, and this could be a huge tease into the plot of the next game, Resident Evil 10. Maybe in that game, the BOWs turn on Chris Redfield, who leads the team and becomes the primary enemy. So maybe you play as Chris, who has to fend off his mutated team. But before then, we have plenty left to cover, starting with a little request from me, which is to scan this QR code and visit my Patreon. Over there, you'll get exclusive vids that I don't post to YouTube, so if you can, support me on Patreon, and you will be supporting this YouTube channel, and you can help it grow. Thank you very much. Now, on with the video. Xeno's disembodied head. Now, a few commenters under my last video wanted me to investigate this guy. Shout out to Alcor Salvador and Mog Hura. I think I'm saying that right, but the guy you see here is a member of the BSAA, and he shows up in a pretty suspicious way. He appears to be putting something into a box, and that box appears roughly the same size and dimensions of a human head. Given Xeno's head was unceremoniously taken off by Gideon at the end of the game, could it be possible that this guy has been sent to retrieve the head, maybe to study it, or even to clone Xeno? Well, it turns out, no, there is nothing inside the box. So essentially, he is just miming the act of packing something away, probably just ammo. When he shows up over here a few seconds later in the scene, we can zoom into the box a second time.
You could be vaping formaldehyde, which is used in taxidermy.
Oh dear.
What?
Formaldehyde. Oh dear.
What? I knew it. Oh dear, oh dear. What?
Aren't you an elk?
I don't know what I am.
And again, there is no head, so nothing about Xeno's head in the end of this game. Leon's ring. While the Xeno head conspiracy ended up to be nothing, here's one that pays off. Another commenter called Cole Jack asked me to zoom in on Leon's hand at the end of the game because he appears to be holding something in his hand, and many people are thinking this could be a wedding ring. Lo and behold, that is exactly right. Leon takes his glove off, reaches into his back pocket and retrieves a wedding ring. Maybe he had chosen not to wear it earlier in the game in case he loses it in a fight, and let's be honest, he gets into quite a lot of fights in this game, so that's just cautious. Or even more morbidly, maybe Leon thought he wouldn't survive this and then someone would steal the ring off his body, because Leon did think he was a goner infected with that nasty virus. But we can see there is the ring. We did get a little teaser in the concept art of Leon, which is in the game, where he is wearing a ring, but it's good to see him actually wear this in a cutscene. The debate still rages, however, over who he is married to. And, you know, there's no answer from Capcom on that. I think they're just leaving it up to our imaginations. Maybe it's Ada, maybe it's Claire, or maybe it's just a randomer. But just to add to this, a commenter also wanted me to zoom into the ring to see if there's anything written on the or any inscriptions to this ring, but nope, as we can see, it's just a plain silver ring. No Easter eggs there. The tiny secret hidden on a gun. Leon has a secret code written on his trustiest sidearm, the alligator snapper. This is something you can only see when you zoom in as much as possible to the alligator snapper. It also requires a bit of light to make out because this thing is well and truly hidden, and I had no idea this was even in the game until I used the FreeCam mod. And yeah, I had to go in the RPD to see this because this is a location with plenty of light. But if we stand here and then we zoom in, we can make out a very specific date. February 27th, 2026. This is the same date Resident Evil Requiem was released. And I really like that the devs even embossed these letters to make it look like it's actually part of the gun and was molded into the gun and not just one of those cheaply made Easter eggs that were just printed on. It actually factors into the whole design of the gun. Also, something I like about this gun, it has the logo of one of Leon's favorite gun makers on it. This is Kendo. Of course, Leon went to the gun shop Kendo, which is located in Raccoon City, and that is where he got his gun from. While we're in the RPD, here's another mind-blowing secret, and this one is even tinier. You can find this in the main office, and this is a reference to Resident Evil 2. I know the RPD is full of references, but I doubt most people have seen this one. It requires, again, a bit of light to see because the RPD is full of lights and shadows, but yeah, you really do need a bit of light because this is on the ground in total darkness. But basically, when we zoom in, we can see a lock on the floor. This lock has the code NED on it. NED is the same code used in Resident Evil 2 to crack this very lock. So if you played Resident Evil 2 all those years ago, this is the exact same code that you used back then. But it doesn't stop there because there is a second lock right next to it. And by the way, look how close you can zoom into these. You can see the clasp on these, you can see the light shining off them. Even broken locks on the floor have good graphics in this game. Zooming into this one, we can see another code, this one being MRG. Both of these once locked the contents of a pair of lockers. Opening up these lockers,
tell me everything.
Provided a
right from the start
magazine for Leon's Matilda pistol or a speed loader for Claire's SLS-60.
But we never meant for this to happen.
It doesn't matter though, because everything is now bad. Chris Redfield's cameo. There are rumours Chris Redfield shows up at the end of Requiem, which I think are directly related to the suspicious way Leon delivers this line.
I'm sure I'll run into him at some point.
After this, the unnamed operative makes a quick exit, but let's use the FreeCam to check his real identity. Zooming in, my first thoughts are, yeah, this doesn't really look like Chris. Also, Chris would have maybe stayed a while to chat to Leon because the pair do go back quite a bit. But the story behind this random man doesn't end here. He might not be Chris Redfield, but he does actually show up elsewhere in the game. And when he does, he's somewhere you would not expect to find him. He shows up in the FBI office, and also he's completely out of his normal uniform wearing an ordinary office shirt. This takes place during Grace's last scene, which is set in the FBI office while she's working on her reports. We can see this guy in the background, and while it could reveal that this operative has a stable day job, it's almost certainly just Capcom reusing their limited bank of hyper-detailed, multi-pored faces. That is a realistic amount of pores. The GameCube in Sherry's office. One commenter by the name of Kugels in my last video swears they saw a GameCube and that this was a secret Easter egg that existed in Sherry's office. Now, this wouldn't be too far-fetched because after all, we see a Sega Saturn in the locker in the RPD, which I covered in a previous video, and by now, everyone pretty much knows about, so it wouldn't be a stretch to see a GameCube as well. So I went in and had a good old look around the office of Sherry Birkin, zooming into all the desks, looking at all the equipment, and there is quite a lot of equipment that she has. Some of this stuff is pretty highly detailed, as you would expect. Sadly though, no GameCube. The GameCube was a great system for Resi games. It had the Resi 1 remake on it, which was incredible for the time. Also had Resi 0 as well, which was an exclusive on GameCube. So loads of Resi memories tied to the GameCube, but no GameCube love in this game. Though, to be honest, if I was Sherry, I would definitely be down for some Mario Kart Double Dash in my spare time. The Special Ambulance. There is a special model of an ambulance during the ending of the game, and this model shows up nowhere else. Thanks to commenter John Conrad for pointing this out. It is a unique Wrenwood ambulance sent to help out at the scene of the disaster. You can see the Wrenwood Fire Department lettering on the side, which on its own doesn't really seem that impressive until you realise Capcom built and modelled this ambulance for this scene and this scene only. And add to that, it doesn't even have a prominent place in the scene, it just shows up in the background. But despite that, the interior has been modelled with seating and textures which Capcom could have easily just ignored and made the interior a blank space. So that's quite interesting in this scene, a fully modelled ambulance that shows up nowhere else.
We fight those who wield power to prey on the weak. Beasts who think themselves men. That is what it means to be a Greymane. Remember who you are, and let it guide your path. For at the end of it, you will find the answers you seek.
We're constantly traveling, so when we find a place that feels a little European, a little California, and it's only a road trip away, consider our bags already packed.
That's why we're in Carmel by the Sea, working with City Strata Elite and Condé Nast Traveler.
We want to discover the best of the best in every destination, so I need a card that keeps up with our lifestyle. With benefits like 12 times points on car rentals booked with the City Strata Elite card through City Travel, which I'm totally doing next trip. Winding past the iconic scenery along the 17-mile drive is a gorgeous way to see the Cali Coast. And what better way to experience these views than by stopping for a picnic? Before our drive, we picked up goodies from the adorable cheese shop in town.
You can't leave Carmel without a round of golf at the Hay, a legendary short course whose second hole is a replica of Pebble Beach's iconic number 7.
And you don't have to be a pro to have a memorable time, trust me. City Strata Elite, the card that rewards our lifestyle.
Hunk Unmasks. We are focusing a lot on the last scene. Hunk Unmasked. We are focusing a lot on the last scene in this video, but there's just so much packed into this one scene that I keep finding new stuff to take a look at, and that includes the cameo by Hunk at the end. He shows up with another operative during the post-credit scene after having seemingly taken out all of the friendly BSAA agents. I say friendly, they are BOWs with weird faces, but they did rescue Leon and Grace. And this is undoubtedly Hunk, as he uses the same voice actor of the Hunk character that attacks Leon in the Umbrella Lab, and also the guy who voiced Hunk in the Resident Evil 2 remake. So this is a great opportunity to see who really is behind the mask. We can zoom the camera into his head, through the mask, and see what lies beyond. The sad news here is there is no face. Hunk does not have a head. He is just a helmet occupied by space. Either this is a ghostly new type of BOW, or Capcom didn't model his face purposefully, wanting to leave his identity a mystery. We have seen Hunk's face before in the ending screen of his bonus mission in Resi 2, but for such a fan favourite character, the devs probably didn't want to half-arse it with a generic face. They must have known people would fly the free cam into people's visors to see their faces, which explains why the BSAA all have secret identities as BOWs. So that is, in my opinion, why they decided against modeling Hunk's face. But I did have a question about these guys' final move, which is to pick something off the ground. Just what are they picking up? It's never shown in the game, they just reach towards the camera, but with the free cam we can fly around and get a better look. As we can see, it is nothing. The guy just picks up thin air. So sometimes we are lucky with the Easter eggs, and usually there's something to find, but in this case, it's nothing. The Shrunken City. Now, thanks to Dave Franklin 1984 for this tip, who in my last video asked me to fly the camera over the city and see if you can see the mansion from Resi 1, and also the Arkley Mountains where Resi 1 takes place. The mansion would be in ruins by now, but this is exactly the sort of thing Capcom would include in the game as a little Easter egg. So by flying the camera around this cutscene, we can check. Now there are mountains in the distance, which could very well be the Arkley Mountains, but no mansion to speak of. There is, however, something even better. Look up in the sky and you can see that Raccoon City is actually tiny and exists in the middle of what seems to be a real life park, as in a photograph of an actual park that actually exists. You can see benches, a pond, and a building off in the distance that looks like a library of some sort. Either Raccoon City is tiny or this park is the size of a small country. I can't really identify where this park is from, but I'm guessing someone can, especially if they are into things like GeoGuessr. I would have thought it's from somewhere near Capcom's office, which is located in Osaka, but it doesn't really look Japanese to me. It looks sort of more like an English park, but nowhere that I recognize. So have a look and let me know down in the comments if you can recognize this park. That's going to do it for this video. Thanks so much for watching, and for more Resident Evil Requiem videos, subscribe to the channel. Also, don't forget to hit that like button for more videos like this one.
I vape, but I don't need to vape, you know? I only do it when my friends do it, or on the weekends. I don't know. I don't really like to think about it.
For years, I've been inactive due to knee pain. At my last checkup, I was told I need to get moving again. To help me prepare for my first 5K, my run club suggested I check out Roadrunner Sports. A fit expert took me through the perfect fit zone. Wow, the technology they used. The 3D foot scan, the treadmill analysis, it was awesome. With new shoes and custom insoles, I'm walking on clouds. No more knee pain. Now I'm back, living an active lifestyle and doing it pain-free.
I want to talk a little bit more about, there's the next game, like the next main game, then there's DLC conversations, and of course, remake conversations. But I think the next main game, and again, it's hard to talk about it without spoiling things, but I'm curious to see how it's gonna go, because this one was such a big success. I think, number one, it's a really good thing because it's not a remake. It is a full-fledged new-ass game with new things. Yes, it's the 9th game, or even more than that, in a long-running 30-year franchise, but I don't know, in the world of like remaking everything, and I know we're still getting more remakes, I'm glad that like a new entry in a franchise has proven out to be a W, especially kind of the series coming back this whole long slow grow back from Resident Evil 6. Now, a lot of people are talking about Resident Evil 10 or Resident Evil X or whatever the hell they're going to call it, kind of being like a new Resident Evil 6 for the franchise, bringing all these legacy characters back. I say, honestly, the jury's out on that. God knows, because it seems like with a lot of the more recent Resident Evil games, like a lot of people build up in their head what's going to happen, and then they kind of just do their own thing with it. The directors, Capcom, they do their own thing with it. They did that with 7. We were like, oh, 7's going to lead to this. It didn't. Resident Evil Village, oh, it's going to lead to this. It didn't. Resident Evil 9, oh, it's going to lead to this. And it didn't. So I really don't know what the hell they're going to do with 10. Also, if we are talking about like what's next for Resident Evil in terms of a mainline game or a remake or whatever, for the last decade or so, I feel like Resident Evil games have kind of recycled or carried or adopted features that did well in previous games, like the Stalker being the biggest obvious example. You know, pioneered in Resident Evil 7 and then seen even more so in 2 Remake, etc., etc. I'd love to see them now roll with a new game featuring more of the good-ass Requiem zombies. Specifically, they should double down on the Rhodes Hill Care Center style zombies, where they all had their own personality and traits. You know, the second half of the game kind of loses some of that. I would love to see a whole game just be built around individual, unique, complex zombies that you need to navigate around and figure out. That would be really, really good. More of that. It's like they've cracked the code on kick-ass zombies here, and I would like to see them just take that the next step further. But I think it's curious to see the success and the popularity with Leon, because on the one hand, I think with Grace, they did a good job introducing a new character that people generally seem to like. They kind of go for the Ethan Winters thing again, where it's like an everyman character. She's not a super soldier badass, but I think she just had a little more oomph to her. So I'm curious to see if they continue her story. And again, it's hard to, without spoiling the game, which I won't yet. But I do think the success of 9 and really the success around Leon and how they were able to monetize that, the Porsche and the watch tie-ins, but also just the fan excitement for Leon, the memes online, the reactions and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to lean into Leon in some way, shape, or form. And I know a lot of Resident Evil fans don't want to hear that, myself included. Like, I want the other characters, come on. But I think that there's no denying there is this massive surge around Leon right now. And Capcom sometimes will follow the money, follow the momentum. What I am curious to see is if they blow it. So look, Capcom, I've talked about it a lot recently. Like, I think Capcom's doing a great job for the most part with their IP, their franchises, bringing things back, reading the room, doing the right things, not screwing things too badly, which is, you know, the previous decade, not so much. But I don't want them to fly too close to the sun. I think Resident Evil 9 had some issues here and there. I really love it. I definitely recommended it, but it had a couple of things here and there that showed like, ooh, maybe you guys were screwing around during development, or there was some like indecisiveness. I don't know what, but I think the fact that the game came down to, and not everybody agrees with me, but I think the fact that the game did a good job juggling the Resident Evil 7 and 8 style of gameplay, which those games sold well, and then the Resident Evil 2 remake style gameplay, those sold well. Managing those two together, melding them together into one game, I think that tightrope walk was masterful. I don't know if it's like they got lucky with it, but I don't want them to push that formula too hard to where it explodes, and then Resident Evil kind of becomes this weird thing that like new fans and old fans don't really understand. You know, I think there is potentially a risk for that if they push it too far. I think Resident Evil 9 was like a lightning in a bottle thing with how that tightrope walk worked. And some people don't agree with me. Some people think that like, too much Leon, too much Grace, the balance is wrong, whatever. But if they could just stick to that and not push it too far and continue that type of push-pull, I think that could be really interesting for a 10th game. But like, I'm talking out of my ass. They're going to do whatever they want. And that's ultimately the thing I'm trying to prove here. But with the person watching, Mark, who asked the question in terms of like, will they do more experiments with the franchise like before? I think the big question is like, is the age of Resident Evil 7 and Village gone, where 7 was a completely new and inspired different thing that, yes, had its foot and had its inspiration in classic Resident Evil, but also went its own way and tried something different. And it was a success, right? So we have that, but then we also have this, which is a full-on return to old Resident Evil stuff and some ridiculous action and good horror. So I wonder where they could experiment. I don't know. I don't think after Requiem, they're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and again try and do a kind of lo-fi experimental game like 7. But honestly, I hope there's room for both. The Resident Evil franchise at this point might get so big, honestly, with this like resurgence of success, that we could see remakes, a Resident Evil 10, and then maybe some smaller new experimental Resident Evil thing. And you know what? I'm okay with that. And I do think that the world and the lore is still rich enough, as messy as it is. Next up, before I keep yapping, this video is sponsored by Factor. If you don't know, Factor delivers fresh, never frozen, dietitian approved meals right to your doorstep, and they taste delicious. The convenience is unmatched. Whether you're on the run, you work in a store, you work in an office, you work from home, you get to eat and skip the prep and the cleanup, because these bad boys heat up in the microwave in like 2 minutes and you're good to go. So you're not worried about grocery store chaos or anything that comes with that. With Factor, you got good, great food. Me personally, I've been eating them for a long time now, and for me, it's just establishing protein. So he had talked, and I'll link his tweets or whatever in the description, but he had talked about the potential for an Alyssa Ashcroft thing. Apparently, like, they had done her playable model up and everything like that, but it seems like there may be a pivot to some sort of Leon DLC, which is cool, but I wonder what they would do with that. If anything, I think a lot of people are curious to see what Leon was doing before the events of Requiem, like what led him there. But I also would just love something totally else, like Ada or Hunk, like do another fourth Survivor type mode or something like that. Honestly, if we're talking DLC, I think the game needs a better like New Game Plus mode and Mercenaries mode and all that, but that's like a whole different conversation. I don't think Grace DLC would fit here. I think it would feel a little forced, like Operation Grace or like some little spin-off thing like that. I don't necessarily need that, but if they did do that, they could just double down on making like a smaller, scary horror thing. But who knows? If it was Leon and it was like a little Leon side mission, fine. I'll take it, dude. Whatever. If anything, I would say is that it did seem like playing Requiem, it did seem like there was probably some stuff that was cut or some stuff that was changed, rearranged, left on the cutting room floor. So I'd be curious to see if some of that could be revived or revisited or something like that in a DLC. Who knows? Then, of course, if we're talking what's next for Resident Evil, the remake stuff. Now, I talked about some of this in the Wednesday video, but Dusk Golem also suggested that a Resident Evil 1 remake is very early in the works. Like, we're talking like pre-production level, and I think that's interesting because, again, I'm repeating myself a little bit from that video, but like there's two things. First of all, this is a banger. This is already a remake, and I know a lot of people say they already remade one. They did, but a really long time ago. And the span from original Resident Evil 1, which I grew up playing, incredible, aged, the gap of years to this remake is not that large. So this is still technically pretty old. I do think that they could do something fun with a Resident Evil 1 remake, especially if they treat it with the reverence of Resident Evil 2 remake. I think there's room to give a little bit more life to early Chris and Jill and Stars, make them a little less flat, because even in the remake, they were a little flat. I think they could definitely do something there. But according to Dusk Golem, that sounds like it's very much a ways away. He said it's only just entered production, according to his knowledge, and that doesn't specify if it's just pre-production, which is early stuff. That's not even like full development on a game. Now, of course, the other stuff that we kind of know about, like the worst kept secret Code Veronica, that seems like a surefire thing, definitely coming. I would assume that is coming next, and I am really excited for that because that is a jacked up game. It's a challenging one, a lot of backtracking, a lot of things that could screw you over in it, like choices you can make with your inventory. But I think ultimately that can shape up to be a really cool modern game. Good villains, weird villains, great creatures, incredible boss fights, another iconic location. I would love to see that. I have a lot of reverence for that one, and people want Claire. People were like, where's Claire? What is she doing? Well, here you go. This could be your answer because not a lot of the younger audience has played Code Veronica. Like, I know that. It's weird, and there's so much potential to make it cooler. Steve could be a little less cringeworthy. The Ashford thing can be a little less cringy and genuinely really creepy and unsettling, because that's how it felt playing it as a kid, but as an adult, it's a little goofy. So they could really amp that up. And then, of course, Wesker and Chris, the stuff that, it seems like they're building to more of these like legacy characters and stuff like that. I think Code Veronica has like a real possibility to flesh stuff out for modern audiences. I'm in that like privileged position where I came in with Resident Evil 1, but like there are people out there like Resident Evil 4 is a massive hit, and a lot of people just for Resident Evil is just a Leon show, right? Then a lot of people, Resident Evil 5 was a big hit. Resident Evil 5 was a lot of people's first Resident Evil game. So people are like, all right, it's great that we're killing this Wesker guy, but who really is he? Code Veronica X can give it at least a little more color to that. And then eventually, Resident Evil 1 remake. The Resident Evil 0 remake is the one I feel like I don't really care about. I don't really need. I don't have a lot of love for that one. I was talking to someone before this. this is going to sound sacrilegious because some people want that full game remade, but like if they're going to do like a half-ass thing, like a Resident Evil 3 remake where they treat it kind of like the side step thing, I would love to see it rolled into a Resident Evil 1 remake where like when you get to Rebecca, it says, oh, I was busy doing this. And then you get a kind of lengthy playable sequence as Rebecca, kind of like a Resident Evil 2 remake, cut to Sherry or cut to the orphanage scene or something like that. I don't think Zero needs to be a whole ass game. And I know that's harsh. I know, so I'll probably still play it and love it. I'm just a Resident Evil junkie. But if I had to like pick and choose what I could take and what I could get, that's where I'm at. And again, back to the Resident Evil 1 remake, I do think it's interesting because that's where it all started. And for me, like that's where the lore and the excitement and the characters started and everything kind of blossomed out from that. Now you look at the little bits of Resident Evil older lore we get in like 7 and 8 and hell, even some of 9. And, you know, it's all just small references and callbacks to really old things. But those really old things are a good foundation. And I would love to see them build on that. That being said, I like to just completely contradict myself as well. What I said before, I also think they did a good job coming up with a new character, like with Grace. And I think that shows that they could do that even more. I'm skeptical because I feel like it's hard to, how do you make an awesome, badass Resident Evil modern character like in 2026? Like it just feels like so lightning in a bottle and everyone has strong opinions, but can they make someone as cool, as badass as Jill? Or Leon or Chris, like, you know, some deeper Resident Evil lore people who like the movies and the spin-off games and stuff like that might have a stronger opinion. They've never quite cracked it. And I'd be curious to see them give it a shot because Grace, you know, as much as she's not like a super powered OP badass, she's very human in a wild Resident Evil world. You know, I think it shows potential that they do have the chops at this point to figure out some new folks because they're not getting any younger. You know, all the conversation was like how old Leon is. And then, I mean, of course, how old Chris is and how old everybody is. Technically, Jill, not as much because it's like an aging thing. It's complicated, but that's where we're at. Resident Evil is a mess. It's a beautiful mess. The only thing I kind of wanted to go back to from the beginning is I just hope Capcom doesn't fly too close to the sun with this newfound success. They've done it in the past. They've also stuck the landing in the past. I just hope that the folks that are in charge of Resident Evil as like the IP, the branding, and also the lore and the story and where it goes forward, I just hope they continue to make the right decisions and don't start just trying to give people a shit ton of Resident Evil, like quantity over quality, you know? Like I said, there is room now. There is a big enough world now for a new mainline Resident Evil game, a remake, and maybe an experimental side experiment like thing. But I hope that we don't lose what makes Resident Evil special because we've gotten to a point where we've almost lost that in the past. So yeah, good luck, Capcom. Go get them. We'll see what happens. Again, I want to talk spoilers, so I will do that in a video in about a week or so. So keep your eyes peeled for that. But thanks for listening to me yap about Resident Evil today. That's what I wanted to do. The Wednesday video, I felt like I just had more to say. So thanks for hearing me out. I want to know what you guys think, like where you think Resident Evil will land next. Do you think Resident Evil 10 or Resident Evil X or Resident Evil Anniversary is some sort of thing? What do you want from a remake of Resident Evil 1, the Holy Grail? Let's talk about any of this stuff down in the comments. I'm excited to talk Code Veronica. I hope that thing is announced soon, but like let's see where things go. So let me know what you think in the comments. If you like what I'm trying to do here, if you get it, I'm just yapping about stuff I love. Clicking the like button helps me. Putting the notification bell on helps me, but that's it. I've asked enough. Thanks for watching. I'm Jake Baldino. Subscribe because video games, pizza's on.
From Leon-only prototypes, to disturbing scrapped segments, all the way to a cancelled multiplayer build, ending the night at the hotel.
Hey everyone, it's Danny Archives, and today I'm going to show you some pretty cool skips in Resident Evil Requiem. I'll explain how to do them in depth so that you can complete your future playthroughs a lot faster, especially if you're doing a speedrun or are just curious on how parts of the game can be shortcutted. I'll be doing all the skips on Insanity mode, so if you're planning to play on standard or casual, some of these will be easier to do, but if you're planning to play on Insanity mode, like I am, just make sure to really follow my tips because executing some of the skips can be a bit tricky. Before we start, we have to adjust our settings first. Majority of the skips can only be done in first person mode, so set both characters to first person, as just the last skip is actually third person with Leon. Then, if you click on either character's camera settings, you can change their sensitivity speed in both first person and third person. The first skip is actually easier to do if you have a high sensitivity speed, so I'll put it at the max, but you can bring it back down to normal or however you like it after the first skip is done. Then we're gonna go back out and go down to camera work and set camera wobble to 0. This just eliminates the screen shake when you look left and right in first person mode. And lastly, we're gonna go to the HUD category, then scroll down to turn on the dot display. You don't have to do this, but I'm putting it on as it might be easier for those to follow and match my gameplay. Alright, without wasting any more time, let's get straight into it. Going in chronological order, the first skip is when Grace is first brought to the care center. Now, normally the way this part plays out is by having the player do hide and seek with the girl, and then when she starts chasing you, you have to run back to one of the lit rooms in order for her to go away. And on a usual playthrough, she'll chase or spot you twice, maybe even 3 times if you make noise while trying to get the screwdriver. But with this skip, she's not going to catch us at all. We're going to do 2 tricks to avoid both chase scenarios and get the screwdriver as fast as possible. So once you get the cherub key and then enter the room to get the lighter, I suggest making a save here because the skip we're about to do might take a couple of tries if it's your first time attempting this. And whenever you reload a previous save, it also sets back the timer on the game for those who are still needing the speed demon achievement. But essentially, you want to make your way across the hall and get into this area where the screwdriver is. And when you open this door, the jump scare cutscene will occur, as that's when the girl gets introduced and starts chasing you. Now, instead of running back to the lit room, we're gonna go back to this corner here on the right, just outside the door, and when she appears, we're gonna run forward facing a bit to the right, successfully passing her. And I actually didn't do the timing very smoothly here, but that's okay. I'll show you what a smooth timing looks like after, but as long as you pass the girl without getting hit, that's all that matters. Alright, that was trick number 1. Now trick number 2. Once in the room, we're gonna run and align our body towards this pipe. It doesn't have to be super perfect, and then turn left and face the desk so that when the girl comes in and pushes the cart towards us, we'll be able to climb the cart immediately and turn back to get the screwdriver from the red toolbox. Right after you pick up the screwdriver, you want to quickly jump down, partially turn your camera, and run while still hugging the wall on the left. This is because the girl is right beside you in this moment, and if you act quickly, you should be able to avoid getting grabbed. Now, before leaving the room entirely, you can grab the med injector back here for more heals, but most importantly, when you leave the room, don't leave fully. Wait until you see the girl falling behind you, as that's when it's safe to leave and go across the hallway. Because if you didn't wait, the girl would have appeared in front of the hallway and blocked your path.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde.
So make sure you wait so that scenario doesn't happen, and boom bada bing, with the screwdriver you get the fuse, open the gate, and get saved by Leon. So for some tips on how to execute this properly, starting with trick 1, when you go back to the corner here, the moment you want to start running is not when you see the girl's body, but when you see her feet appear in frame, and by running right, you'll successfully pass her. The reason why I mentioned my earlier footage being not so smooth with the timing is because I went a bit too early, and therefore it caused some blockage with me and the girl, but I still managed to pass through and do the rest of the skip, so as long as you just pass the girl without getting hit, you would still be on the right track. However, if you come in too early or too late, you will get attacked by the girl as shown on screen, and again, if you're playing on insanity mode, one hit is instant death. Tip for trick 2, when you align your body towards the pipe and under the top shelf where the screwdriver is located, you have to move just a teeny tiny bit forward so that when the girl pushes the cart, it'll be right in front of you for the climbing prompt to appear. But don't move forward too much or else the cart will actually hit you, and I think on insanity mode it even kills you. I kind of forgot. And another piece of advice, the moment the girl pushes the cart towards you, that's when the rest of your moves have to be immediate. So climbing the cart, turning back to get the screwdriver, then falling back down and running away, all of that has to be pretty fast. If you're too slow, then the girl will grab you as shown on screen. so that's why I recommend increasing your sensitivity to the max. This is so that it can help your turn back speed when looking for the screwdriver. It's easier to do this on PC since you can whip your mouse to turn back pretty fast, but in my gameplay I was playing on the PS5 with the controller, so it is still doable, it just needs the right timing. And again, if you ever fail, just load back the save that I told you earlier, as that wouldn't increase your in-game timer and saves a longer run back. The second skip is passing Chunk's introduction and immediately getting the second quartz for the care center. There's 3 tricks involved, some zombie maneuvering to perform, but most importantly, an empty bottle required. You're gonna need empty bottle if you want to do this skip to its full potential. Alright, so Chunk first appears at the area where you pick up the level 1 security ID. Just before you enter that area, move forward while hovering a bit left, and then when you pass the ID on the floor, turn left immediately with your backside facing Chunk while still moving forward, as hooray, if successful, you should be behind Chunk. Now wait till he moves more forward so that you can pick up the security ID. You kind of face his butt for a few seconds, and then turn back to enter the room with the singing lady. We're here because we have to pick up the corrosive in order to burn the lock on the second quartz puzzle. This part is quite tricky since you are going to have to do some close quarter dodging. It's more feasible to dodge in first person mode, that's why we're in first person, and it's also easier if you just shoot your gun, though in the gameplay I'm showing you, I think during that run, I had wanted to conserve as much ammo as possible since I was playing on insanity mode, so yeah, you don't have to be as stubborn as I am, shoot if you must. And also, if you get hit in the process, that's fine too. I've done this skip very few times without getting damaged, it's actually kind of hard, but at the end of the day, insanity mode shouldn't be a one shot, one kill, unless it's like a fatal hit, and of course if you're on standard or casual, you can tank, it's fine. But once you get out of that room with the corrosive, Chunk will still be blocking your path at the hallway, so for him to move, you're gonna have to come out of the room a bit and bait him to do his charge attack, then run to the right side to avoid his massive charging body. I've done this skip multiple times, the success rate is pretty high, it's just as long as you get the timing right, because if you run too late, he'll obviously catch you mid-run, and if you run to the right side too early, he'll charge on the right side instead of the left, causing you to die. If successful, because the skip is not over yet, quickly go to the lead researcher's office, you'll get the Victor cutscene if it's your first time, and then re-enter that office and use the corrosive to burn the lock on the puzzle. Once the puzzle's completed and you pick up the second quartz, when you go back out, Chunk will be blocking your path once again. Damn, Chunk, always in my way. But remember, in the beginning of the skip, I said that you must have an empty bottle in your inventory. Well, this is the purpose. Throw that empty bottle at Chunk's back, and once he's fully turned his body around, run to the right side of this wall as he will charge attack in the direction you were just in, and voila, you've passed Chunk twice and quickly have gotten the second quartz, now just needing the third one to get out of the care center. One major advice I have for you, because well, I actually explained a lot of the tips while going over the skip, but when you enter the room with all the zombies, it's important that you jump here from this cabinet instead of going the other way around, because if you go that way, you will get stunned by the singing lady when she screams. You can still get stunned when you jump and enter from this cabinet, as the only way to avoid her screaming attack is if you immediately just run straight to the whiteboard, and then once the scream happens, then you can turn left and enter the room without getting damaged. You have to be quick in getting the corrosive just so that when you get out of the room, you have the time and space to dodge the zombies. The third skip is in the water treatment area. On a usual playthrough, 2 or 3 in-game cutscenes can happen with the girl. One of them, for example, is when she throws you across the room as you are trying to activate a lever. But to skip all the possible in-game cutscenes and do this mission as fast as possible, you just have to follow the exact route as my gameplay. So once you jump down the elevator shaft, head straight for the main lever inside the room. You have to be quick with your path here, or else the girl will hit you, especially in insanity mode. I believe the girl moves faster. But yeah, go inside and enter the little storage room to get the lever part, then turn back and make sure the girl is following you and not blocking the door. There's an obstacle in the middle which forces the girl to do Ring Around the Rosie, so you should be in enough safe distance to turn this lever. And once this power unit is activated, the girl won't appear for the next one we're going to be doing, which is the one on the left. So go ahead and do that lever with ease.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
First time in Ireland.
My folks came here for their honeymoon. Always wanted to come back.
Why didn't they?
I don't know if you've noticed, but there are some oddballs walking around this place.
There are worse things than strangers out there, Yank.
One of the members of staff is missing.
What about the honeymoon suite? It's always locked.
And for the last one, we're gonna have to shoot our Requiem twice. You do get ammo for the Requiem before this, so you shouldn't be out. And normally how this mission is achieved is by luring the girl to the powerful spotlight, but we're gonna be skipping that as we'll turn the last lever here. Grace is gonna mention that the pressure is stiff, and then that will trigger the girl to spawn. Now, what you're supposed to do is immediately turn left and shoot the girl with 2 Requiem bullets for her to be stunned, and thus giving Grace enough time to pull this lever. I did that in my gameplay, but I was just a bit late because I accidentally pressed the hold button again after the stiff dialogue, and because I was late, you can see that the girl almost caught up to me and attacked. So make sure you can turn quickly and shoot, but with all the 3 power units on, the rest of the mission can be finished normally, as that's how you finish the water treatment part very quickly. The 4th skip is in the orphanage section. Unfortunately, you can't really skip the beginning part when you're hiding under the bed for a long time, but you can skip or fast forward to other things in this section. The first being when you're hiding under the table after the children fell from the top floor. The moment it prompts you to crawl out, you can just crawl out without having to worry about the other children spotting you. They won't. And so when you walk further into this hallway, you'll see 2 children blocking your path. Run near them, this will trigger something in the game, and then run back to the hallway door as you'll hear a door closing noise. Then run back to that hallway and they should be gone. Sometimes one actually is still there, but if you just exit the door fully and then enter in again, they should all be fully gone. The next part you can skip is the whole hide and seek part with the 2 children. This skip is really helpful because I swear that hide and seek takes so long. So after getting the hatch key, just run to the hatch door. A creepy child will jump out of the window. It scared the crap out of me on my first playthrough, but just stick to the right side here and spam the open or use button to open the door. On PlayStation, that button is X, and when successful, climb down the ladder before the child can grab you, as congratulations, you've saved some precious time from the orphanage section. Okay, the next 2 skips are with Leon at Ark. So the first is skipping this particular fight with the elite guards. You'll need to make sure that you have a stack hand grenade in your inventory before doing this. If you don't, you should be able to craft one. Get your aim ready, as when the door opens, that's your cue to throw the stacked hand grenade. The accuracy doesn't have to be exactly the same as in my gameplay. Just as long as you throw the grenade in the middle, it should reach all the guards. This was on insane difficulty too, so the fact that it one-shots the guards is quite impressive and very helpful for speedruns, as I don't think there's a quicker way to eliminate the guards than this method. The last major skip is the hunk fight. This one can be a bit finicky, but there are ways to make it easier, especially on controller. First and foremost, on settings, have your movement type on run and your walk type on hold. This basically makes Leon auto sprint without having to like hold or press down L3. So after finishing the second elite guards fight, go to the save room with the unlocked shortcut on the left and make a save there. Then proceed forward to Hunk's fight, and as you're walking closer, you'll see the game make an autosave on the top left. Once this happens, enter the door, but don't go any further or else it'll trigger the Hunk cutscene. Just slightly enter the hallway and then go to settings and click restart last save. This activates the whole skip possibility. You'll spawn back where the game autosaved and then just run to activate Hunk's fight. Now, when you skip the cutscene, a black screen will appear before it transitions and puts you into the fight with Hunk. During that black screen, have your controls of Leon already running forward and spam the action button simultaneously. And essentially, when you load into the fight with Hunk, you'll see a prompt above his head to parry him, and there is a window, a very short window, where the spamming of your R2 will match with the prompt and allow you to instantly execute Hank. A tip to make this skip easier on controller is by changing your button configuration setting. So instead of having my action button to R2, I change it to square because my fingers feel better and faster to spam with square instead. And that actually got me to get to the Hank skip in my 3rd try. Obviously, if you fail, you can just restart the last autosave, as this skip doesn't have a long run back, so it's okay to like try multiple times. Just make sure that when you do succeed, switch back your controller configuration settings after. And well, that's all the major skips I have for you. The game has only been out for 2 weeks, more skips may be found in the future, and of course, I didn't find any of these on my own. I've seen speedruns of others who I'll link in the description, but I just thought it would be nice to dissect and explain these skips in a video format. If this video helped you out, or if you found these skips pretty interesting, then I would really appreciate it if you could drop a like. That would help the channel out a ton. As with all that being said, thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
The game that defined survival horror. Twice. The original Resident Evil began production in 1993 and released on the PlayStation in 1996, receiving widespread acclaim with people praising it for its amazing graphics, horror atmosphere, and gameplay, with Capcom using a new term, survival horror, to market their game. The game was massive, and quickly after the success of the first game, Capcom would start developing the second game in the series, Resident Evil 2, in the same year. After they released the second game in the series, the Resident Evil series would be set. Then, it was remade. In 2002, Resident Evil would be remade and released exclusively to the GameCube and remastered in 2015 to the PC and the new-gen consoles at the time. The game, like the original, will be well received, with reviews praising the remake for overall enhancing everything that made the original one of, if not the best survival horror games. With Resident Evil 9 on the horizon, I'd like to go through and give a bit of a retrospective on the mainline Resident Evil games, and maybe after that do the other games like Revelations. So let's start with the game where it all began. Kinda. But before we get into the story shenanigans, we have to choose who to play as. Chris Redfield or Jill Valentine. Whoever you choose will impact different areas relating to gameplay and story. The notable differences gameplay-wise is Chris has a higher headshot percentage, although I never noticed it, and access to the lighter, while Jill has the lockpick and 2 additional inventory slots. They also have a companion character that will show up at random times. Jill has the GOAT, Barry Burton, while Chris has the loving and caring best character in the series, Rebecca Chambers. That's all the differences in gameplay, and later in the story there'll be more unique story-related events. Speaking of gameplay, I'll briefly explain it. What I say for this game will apply for most of the games down the line. In the game, you have to explore and manage your health, ammo, and inventory. While exploring, there will be puzzles to solve and monsters to kill, but sometimes killing isn't the best idea. If you go through the mansion turning everything into a red mist, then you may find yourself low on ammo for some of the more dangerous enemies. So just think before you kill. Also, this game does have fixed camera angles, which means the game automatically aims for you, which is definitely welcome. And now with that out of the way, we can get into Resident Evil 1 Remake. The game takes place on July 24th, 1998, and the STARS Bravo team had gone missing while investigating a series of cannibalistic murders, and now we, the Alpha team, have to go find them. But looking for them isn't going to be a walk in the park, or a forest in this case, as we find a derelict helicopter where with the help of
How does the girl, one of Resident Evil's most terrifying monsters, move around when you can't see her? And where does a giant spider go when it needs to disappear for a second? And what exactly is hidden under these guys' masks? I finished my first playthrough of Resident Evil Requiem, and I immediately went back in with some tools to find out. And I found a lot of things I genuinely wasn't expecting. So in this video, we're going to explore the entire game in FreeCam. From the bright and airy FBI office at the beginning, to the dark and dingy Care Center basement, all the way to the ruined remains of Raccoon City, and we'll see what Capcom hid just outside the player's view. So if you haven't played the game yet and care about spoilers, come back later, I'll still be here.
Would you like to see what's hidden under the hood?
Let's start with the opening scene taking place at the FBI field office. Moving the camera just a little bit gives us the address of the building. Add this to the pile of clues for trying to figure out exactly where Renwood and Raccoon City are located. Turning around here, there's another building behind us. It's just an empty shell, nothing inside, but it's here to fill out the skyline. Interestingly though, behind the main building we see in the opening shot is another building. This is where the actual intro scene within the office takes place. The one we're shown in the opening shot is just a facade and another empty shell. Now this lit up window over here belongs to Nathan Dempsey's office, the special agent in charge and Grace's boss. Looking around his office, we can find a couple of photographs of unknown people who we can assume are fellow agents of the Bureau. Now let's let this scene play out a bit, but notice these two, you're going to be seeing a lot of them. The guy on the left was actually the one walking out of the building just a second ago. So we're in FreeCam mode right now, which is why you may notice some weird stuff going on. The character models teleporting around or getting frozen in place, lights constantly shifting positions and brightness levels going up and down. This is pretty common when developing cutscenes like this, and since you only ever see how and what the devs want you to see, you'd never notice it otherwise.
Grace. Grace.
While poor Grace gets her shit together, let's take a look around her desk. You can see a lot of the materials from her investigation into the T-virus infected bodies that have been showing up around the country. Photographs, redacted documents, and this conspiracy board over on the right here. And she has no idea how deep she's about to get into this case. Fast forward a bit to Renwood, where Grace is about to enter the hotel where her mother was murdered years ago. The way the light reflects off of the wet road and cars, the glowing neon signs, even the way you see each individual raindrop hit Grace's shoulder, all these little details add up into a scene that tells you this is going to be a beautiful game. Let's turn around and see what Grace isn't allowed to go look at. So looking down the side streets, you can see the roads just ending abruptly in the gray skies. Moving past that, we can see where all the cars are going. They just continue on a straight line, jumping the median, the sidewalk, and barreling right through this building. After a second, the same car that just disappeared doubles back and starts heading the other way. Just an endless loop of a handful of vehicles.
Watch the Oscars live on ABC Sunday, March 15th. Plus, get over 100 TV channels of sports, news, entertainment, and more. With YouTube TV, try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
The skyscraper windows have little images of what's inside each room, completely 2D of course, since the building itself is just another one of those hollow shells. Up at the subway, there's one car just hanging haphazardly off the edge, and the subway you see moving along the rail in-game eventually reaches this point and merges with it. I wanted to see where all the pedestrians ended up too, so I followed this lady with an umbrella only for her to despawn out of existence. I don't know why I was surprised. Behind the Main Street buildings, there are some billboards that have no business being here. They're advertising a company in Raccoon City which was destroyed almost 30 years ago. Maybe they just never got around to painting over them. This concert poster on the street lists two headlining bands, Our Resident and Idris Evil, just a fun little Easter egg. And here's a police cruiser belonging to the soon-to-be unfortunate police officer that's waiting on Grace. It's a little odd how old this thing is. Inside there's no power windows, the seats don't have headrests, and the seatbelts don't have any shoulder straps. This dates the car to something like the 1980s or 70s. I can't decide if this means the Renwood police have a really shit budget and can't afford new cars, or they have a great budget and can afford to maintain classic cars. Anyway, the devs probably just went with this design because honestly it looks cooler. Over at this barbershop, there's a bunch of headshots of hair models in the windows. Recognize this guy from earlier? Alright, let's head to the best part of the Renwood Hotel, this shit and maggot-filled toilet. And we're just gonna get right in there and take a look. And yeah, that's the problem right there. No plumbing whatsoever. There's this one door in the bathroom that you can't get into, and there's a random table inside just blocking the door. No idea why. Alright, my actual favorite part of the Renwood Hotel is this little discovery right here. In Grace's flashback scene, she's sitting on a bed typing on her laptop. Taking the camera around here to peek at her screen, we can confirm that Grace is a Redditor. It looks like she's on an amateur journalism subreddit, and they're actually talking about the Baker family from Resident Evil 7. Really neat Easter egg. Feel free to hit pause here if you want to read the whole thing. In the same flashback, Grace and her mother head downstairs and run into the hotel caretaker, who is unfortunately about 3 seconds away from having the worst night of his life, courtesy of this guy lurking just off to the side.
Need to find my...
Alyssa shoots the murderer and he stumbles back into the room right on top of something we weren't meant to see, his own duplicated body. There's another shot of him after he kills Alyssa with his tongue glitching through his jaw. Terrible way to go. Back in the present, there's this quick shadow that crosses the door in front of Grace. Going in the free cam confirms that it's Gideon, who walks in a perfectly straight line until he ceases to exist. Soon after that, Grace stabs the cop from earlier, who's now a zombie, and sends him falling from the second-story window of the hotel. Flying down to the ground, we can actually see his dead body sprawled across the sidewalk. Now, we don't normally get a good look at Gideon's face until later in the game, since he's always wearing his creepy helmet. But we can spin around to his front here and get a good look at him before he puts on that helmet and turns around.
It hasn't been easy.
Next, in Leon's introduction cutscene, there's this giant oil refinery structure sitting just off the map that you never really see. It's complex enough that someone spent some real time building this thing, and it seems like kind of a waste that we just don't get to see it. There's also a few bodies floating out in space here, victims of Gideon's unleashing of the T-Virus on the city in a couple of minutes, and also this big freight train clipping through a skyscraper over here. So up to this point, most of what we've seen are small tricks, these hidden props, some looping NPCs, and the usual off-camera game dev stuff. Once the game moves into the care center, we start seeing a lot more unique stuff, like the girl and how it moves around the map. So let's get our first good look at the girl, the terrifying monster that constantly fucks up Grace's day. In its introductory scene, we can see it lurking behind Grace here as Grace is staring at the dead body that just fell on her. Slowly it creeps in and grabs the body, and Grace finally notices it and rightly freaks the fuck out. Oh, don't worry about Grace, she's fine. Anyway, after Grace runs away from this thing down the hall, we'll take a look at how it moves around. Oh, I took a little too long. Sorry, Grace. One of my favorite things in this game is how often Grace remarks on the absurdity of what's happening to her. She's constantly going, shit, what the fuck was that? Why does this shit keep happening? Which, I don't know, seems pretty realistic to me. So, the girl gets burned whenever it's too bright in the room, forcing it to retreat, usually directly upwards somewhere. And if we post up in the ceiling with a camera right above the doorway, we can see it crawl in and immediately move away and disappear. See, these black boxes are placed above the holes where the girl enters and exits the map, and it seems to always disappear when outside the box. I couldn't tell if the model was being hidden, teleported somewhere else, or despawning completely. So I started keeping an eye on these kind of things throughout the game, and I saw a lot of the same behavior elsewhere. Later, the girl jump scares us after Grace finds the item she needs to get out of here. It crawls into this black box above the hole in the closet and jumps down and starts to chase Grace. Fast forward a bit to Leon's arrival at the care center. I noticed that when scenes are loading character models, they load in this standard T-pose, which is kind of fun. Pretty far behind the care center out in space, we can find the nurse before she's teleported in to greet Leon. After the ensuing bloodbath, I had this fun little glitch happen.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it's still not under control.
In the scene where Grace encounters Emily, a blind little girl that's unfortunately a clone and a test subject of the care center, we see a book in Braille that she's reading. Zooming into it at the right moment gives us a pretty good view of it. I heard that translated, this is actually an excerpt from the Village of Shadows book in the previous game, Resident Evil Village, the one that Miranda reads to Rosemary Winters. I haven't translated it myself, but if you're curious and dedicated, give the video a pause and let me know what you find out. One of the mini-bosses you first encounter as Grace is Chunk, a mutant that's constantly hungry and is so large it has to squeeze itself through the hallways and can't fit through doors to get you. I followed it around a little just to get some alternate views of it as it patrolled the hallways. There's this one scene where Grace encounters Gideon and then she runs away and hides from him. He briefly searches for her and then you think he exits the room, but you don't really know until you come out of hiding and look around for a bit. On my first playthrough, I was sure he was going to jump scare me, but turns out he walks out of the room and despawns almost immediately. Speaking of jump scares, there's a scene in the garage where a zombie driving a bulldozer bursts through a gate and bears down on Grace, leaving her no escape but straight through it. What the fuck? If you don't shoot the zombie in time, you get an absolutely brutal death scene, and I didn't realize just how brutal until I looked down in FreeCam and holy shit. I wanted to see if I could find the bulldozer before that scene that triggered it, and yep, there it is, just waiting for us to get close enough to trigger it. We do one last thing as Grace before switching back to Leon. Grace has to protect Emily from a small horde of zombies long enough for her to read some Braille and solve a puzzle. While Grace is out here in a total war zone, Emily is actually just standing there not doing anything. Once the puzzle's solved, we're about to get a visit from the girl again. Here it is just moments before bursting through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man, where it promptly grabs Emily and runs off with her. What's funny is it just runs in a straight line off the map and not into the giant hole in the floor that Grace then jumps into. In the game, this just looks like an eerie dark void, like super foreboding, but throwing some lights in there just shows it's a small round room. Alright, back to Leon, who wakes up in the attic having been tied up by Victor Gideon, in a scene that's weirdly sensual. Moving on, looking around the map shows us this weird room way below the care center, which had me pretty confused at first, thinking maybe this was cut content. But it turns out it's the room Sherry Birkin calls Leon from throughout the game. We just never really see much of it beyond her workstation. Looking at the screens, we can see a bunch of images from different points of the game. Pretty soon we run into our second chunk monster chowing down on a doctor. Here's an alternate angle from the front that really shows how gruesome it is. I also took a look at the miniature scale model of the care center nearby, and it's insane the level of detail they put into this thing for something most people will barely look at. So while Capcom loads rooms and buildings in and out depending on the scene, all the items and interactable assets seem to stay behind. And the care center towards the end is a great example of that. There's a ton of stuff floating out in space here. Pretty much every item not picked up and anything you can press a button on. After an action-packed sequence, Leon heads up in this elevator for a brief call with Sherry. And then we get back to Grace. We cut back to her dropping down into the care center's basement, one of the scariest areas of the game. I absolutely love the atmosphere in this place. It's dark and dingy compared to the sterility of the care center upstairs. The girl is a constant threat, and it's straight up confusing to solve in a very Resident Evil kind of way. Looking up in the beginning room, we see a ladder that ascends into the darkness, implying that Grace has covered a little bit of ground since we last saw her. Following the ladder up, it just ends in a rock wall. In the care center's basement, the girl enters and exits the map much in the same way as when we first encountered it. It jumps up into a hole, or in most cases in the basement, a pipe, before promptly disappearing. Here it is mid-crawl in a pipe before coming down to check on Emily, who's locked in a cell with a bunch of creepy dolls. One really great scene is when you have to crawl through a tunnel between rooms and a zombie starts crawling towards you before it gets pulled back and eaten by the girl. At least that's what you hear. On the other side of the wall, the girl is just standing there, doing a little dance. One of the most disturbing pieces in the entire game is down here in the basement, and that's the inspection and processing areas, where bodies are moved along a conveyor system, dropped onto a conveyor belt, and then grinded into a bloody pulp. I was curious how the bodies were moving around when I couldn't see them, so I rigged up some lights and watched from out of bounds. You can see them spiraling out of the wall here before coming into view within the room, and then they exit on the other side through another wall. Just an endless loop of corpses. There was something kind of satisfying about seeing the mundane yet gruesome efficiency of the system in action. Maybe I have problems, I don't know. And of course, once Grace jumps down on the conveyor belt, it comes online and the grinders at the end start doing what they do. It was kind of hard to get a good look behind them while the action was going on, since Grace would have been ground into mincemeat. But real quick, you can see a couple of bodies here coming through looking just fine, so you know, maybe it's not so bad. Ooh, never mind. Once that's done, it's time for a water slide. Grace has to slide through a tunnel and a river of blood to get out.
If we fail to do so, countless lives will be lost. We can't do this alone.
This room. I rigged up some lights here so we can watch the path she takes, since it's pretty disorienting otherwise. When it's time to leave the basement, it's in a hurry because every cell containing zombies is now open. Grace and Emily make their way to an elevator and escape just in the nick of time before leaving the girl behind. And everything's fine from there on, and they go and get ice cream. Except, of course it's not fine. You escape the girl by taking a few shots at it and moving into another cutscene. The girl does creepy girl things, and the elevator cable snaps and sends the girl plummeting back into the basement. For now. Finally outside the care center, Grace and Emily still need a way out of the area. They head over to a helicopter and meet Harry, a pilot and new character in the Resident Evil franchise that's surely to become a fan favorite and live through many more games. Bringing up some more lights and zooming out here, we get a pretty good bird's eye view of the care center, the adjoining courtyard and church, and the helipad area. Grace heads over to a tiny, unassuming house, which of course has a giant elevator to a secret evil lab, because this is, in fact, a Resident Evil game. And I'm really a sucker for this kind of thing. It's such a trope at this point, but every time it happens, I get all giddy and excited. In the evil lab, we find a bunch of evil things. There's a giant vat of blood, I think, hooked up to several tubes with zombies, which we can get a better look at by flying inside. Pretty creepy. Grace pretty quickly decides to leave and gets back to Emily and Harry at the helicopter, which immediately gets mobbed by zombies and then crash lands next to the church. But at least Harry is fine, and oh, shit, we barely knew you, Harry. Switching back to Leon, we get Grace and a zombie loading into the map in T-poses together. We then defend Grace as she tries to bust down the doors to a church, which in FreeCam, I was surprised to see the character model actually making a solid effort. Once she busts in, she goes back to T-posing while Emily clings to her. Grace and Emily head downstairs to a water treatment plant. Emily is very badly injured at this point, and it's just such a shame we can't do anything for her. Oh sweet, a med injector. I'm gonna save that for later. It's here where we enter our last encounter with the girl. We need to turn a bunch of cranks in the dark to get the power back on, so we can open the roof hatch and hit the girl with some deathly sunlight. When the girl isn't patrolling the area, it travels through the vents up in the ceiling, again disappearing and reappearing as needed. When the deed is done, the girl melts into a puddle of fleshy goop, which I did dig around in to see if there was any remnant of Marie, the unfortunate girl that mutated into this monster, but no, just a bunch of fleshy goop. Now it's Emily's turn to be a giant fleshy monster before promptly being put down by Leon. Sorry Emily, there's just nothing we can do. So far we've mostly been poking around cramped interiors, the dark hallways, labs, and basement of the care center. But the second half of the game takes us somewhere much bigger to explore, the ruins of Raccoon City. As a grief-stricken Grace goes to leave the facility, she runs into Gideon and Zeno, and we now get our first look at the ruins of Raccoon City in the distance. First though, I had to check out this helicopter thinking maybe Harry was back, but no, it's an empty helicopter whose only pilot is Sadness. Flying over Raccoon City, there isn't a whole lot to look at just yet, since this is just set dressing meant to be viewed from a distance. We'll get a closer look very soon. The next scene is a pretty confusing one to navigate in FreeCam. It's a scene of Leon driving along a highway on the way to Raccoon City, and there are several separate sections of road used for different cuts in the scene, some of them ending in a Wile E. Coyote style fake wall.
I vape, but I don't need to vape, you know? I only do it when my friends do it, or on the weekends. I don't know. I don't really like to think about it.
The scene then opens up on the crater of the missile impact that destroyed the city all those years ago. Though we're not actually in the city yet, we can start to get an idea of its layout and just how huge it actually is. I never realized its sheer scale. In the distance, there's even a small suburban section on the outskirts of the city. There's also these long stretches of broken road, which we'll become intimately familiar with when Leon makes his way towards the city center later on. And here's the thing about exploring out of bounds in a city that was bombed to oblivion 30 years ago. There isn't a whole lot left to find. No hidden rooms, no secret assets, just a lot of drab, ruined streets, shattered buildings, and abandoned cars as far as the FreeCam can see. Honestly, not super surprising, the missile did its job. That said, there are a bunch of things worth poking around in. We can see a few skyscrapers floating off in the distance as some background set dressing. And if we move down into the subway tunnels, here's something I didn't expect to find. It's the giant spider boss that's dead long before we kill it later on. This thing chases you around for a bit, messing with you until you can get to the area for the final showdown. In this area, the spider attacks you for a while until it takes enough damage to briefly flee out of a hole in the building. It crawls around on the walls outside before disappearing and re-emerging at one of the other holes in the building. Kind of a running theme for the monsters in this game, isn't it? One of the first areas we enter in Raccoon City is a warehouse next to an abandoned BSAA camp, which seems suspiciously quiet and empty until a bunch of desiccated corpses dig their way out of the ground to attack you. Here you can see them lying in wait and then digging up into the map. The debris they leave behind just kind of slowly sinks below the map. Soon after, Leon finds a squad of dead BSAA agents. He's able to pull up body cam footage from one of the corpses and get a first-person view of what happened. Here's an alternate angle of the scene. Zeno is the one responsible for their deaths, but he doesn't actually spawn until showing up to kill the last agent. In this next scene, we see Grace and Zeno arriving in Raccoon City via helicopter. And guess who's flying that helicopter? It's Harry, alive and well, albeit T-post. Harry is flying away, I assume, to live a long life and return in Resident Evil 10. In this part of the city, Leon needs to find 3 pieces of a detonator. One of those is in a skyscraper that's fallen over and kind of at a 45-degree angle. Traversing this thing is fun, but kind of disorienting. I had to put the controller down a couple of times because it made me dizzy. One of the most fun parts here is shooting out the windows that some BSAA zombies are standing on, sending them plummeting to the streets below. Or at least that's what it looks like until you're in free cam and see them just kind of disappear midair. Leon leaves the skyscraper via a cargo lift that very slowly descends as a building full of zombies jumps down on it to attack you. Here's an angle from up high that shows a few walking out and dropping down on you. Then at the bottom, you can see some zombies reaching out through a crack in the wall. Behind the wall is just a small box that they're trapped in. And going below the map here, you can see a bunch of items that fell from the skyscraper when you were shooting out those windows earlier, like a copier and some storage lockers. Once Leon finally assembles a detonator and blasts his way through a gate, it's time for a motorcycle ride down the ruined highway into the Raccoon City center. Gideon's there to stop you with an RPG launcher and a motorcycle of his own. Something about Gideon in this scene was just so silly in a purely Resident Evil kind of way to me. This mostly quiet-spoken, insane evil scientist in a high-action motorcycle chase with an action hero, Leon. I don't know, it just kind of made me laugh. Somebody should dump his books. The map is absolutely huge here as you're covering a lot of ground very quickly. About 15 miles according to Sherry. For a good part of it, you're chased by a pack of Cerberuses. Here's some slow motion footage of them chasing you. I wish we got some of these elsewhere in the game since they're really cool looking and I would have liked to fight them normally. Once you hit the end of the road, you have a super brief showdown with Gideon and he disappears in a motorcycle explosion. But like any bad guy in Resident Evil, if you don't see them explicitly die, then they're not actually dead. Over in the ruins of the Raccoon City PD, the setting of Resident Evil 2, there's a locker filled with Capcom stuff from the era. Resident Evil 1, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Mega Man 8, and even a Sega Saturn, the console that time forgot. No shade here, I still have one and I love it. If you zoom in, you can even read the backs of the cases, advertising their strategy guides. For a detail most players will glance at for half a second, the level of care here is kind of absurd. Then you come across Zeno giving Grace a history lesson explaining the fall of Raccoon City and the cloning program that created Emily, Marie, and countless others like them. There's a couple of screens with some interesting and legible articles and logs that move by way too quickly for you to read them in-game, so here they are. Feel free to pause if you want to check them out. We then get a short interlude in 1990 where we play as Chloe, a clone at the Raccoon City orphanage. The other clones have gone haywire and start wreaking havoc, killing all the staff. The scene starts with Chloe waking up to a bunch of noises and some researchers talking outside. Moving outside of the room in free cam, we can see the character model for the nurse from the care center. And then there's this generic guy who we've seen a few times now, and a character that we see again at the end of the interlude. The next scene is already set up in the room next door with the same character we just saw trying to fend off a bunch of creepy orphan clones. Chloe heads over there to see what's going on and pretty quickly realizes she needs to run away from the murderous clones.
Real strength isn't pushing through pain, it's treating it. When there's no pain, there's more gain. Advil Liquid Gel's target pain caused by inflammation for fast, strong relief. Advil. That's real strength.
But I got distracted by this dollhouse in the room though, because look at how detailed it is. There's a bunch of unique paintings, furniture, and even ornate reflective mirrors. Kinda wild for details you just can't see in game. Anyway, Chloe runs back to the room and hides under her bed, where the clones try to find her by thumping on the beds. It's way less creepy and more nonsensical viewed from this angle, but pretty scary when you're just a little kid hiding under a bed. Eventually, the clones walk out of the room and do a weird sliding teleport back to their starting positions. Chloe then heads downstairs, seeking a way out of the Nightmare Orphanage. From her vantage point, the clones start smacking their hands on the windows upstairs, which is creepy enough. It gets even creepier because it's just a bunch of disembodied arms smacking against that window. Really not sure why they didn't use the full character models here. Maybe they just couldn't get the articulation of the limbs just right. Eventually, the clones make their way downstairs, some faster than others, and they kind of wander around aimlessly before heading back upstairs and going idle in the playroom. You have another couple of clones you have to get past, and once you do, they just wander down the hall and again go idle until they're needed again. Chloe makes her way to a chapel in the basement, which has a bunch of coffins she needs to climb to get a tool so she can escape. You start hearing some thumping from inside the coffins and clones pop out of them later, but there's nothing to see in them right now. Chloe makes her escape into the lab upstairs just in the nick of time as one of the clones chases her up a ladder. Then it seemingly tries to break through by bashing on the hatch from underneath. But going down there in free cam, we see there's nothing there and there's no actual danger of them getting through. Then back in the present day, Leon now has to deal with a tyrant that looks almost exactly like Mr. X from Resident Evil 2. Thankfully, this is a much shorter and easier ordeal. You only need to move away from him a couple of times, and when you get far enough out of reach, he paths back to one spot and just stands there, waiting for you to trigger the next scene. There's even a part where it thrusts part of a small plane through the wall, trying to crush you with it, but the character model isn't even on the map at that point, it's just the plane moving on its own. Once you're out of RPD, the tyrant catches up with you pretty quickly, and then you have a proper boss battle.
I can save them. I can stop bastards like you.
And your escape is cut off by some conveniently placed car wreckage spawning into existence. Leon eventually reaches the orphanage and starts heading down to Ark, where the story begins to culminate. On the way there, he has to cross a subway train that's haphazardly stretched across a large chasm. This is where you catch a glimpse of the next boss, Plant 43, as it attacks you with a seedling in the subway train, bringing it down into the chasm and forcing Leon to make a heroic jump off of it. Plant 43 is definitely the biggest boss in the game, and maybe even the entire RE franchise. You spend a little while navigating the base of the chasm, fighting its seedlings, and its roots seem to stretch a mile in every direction. They even go below the map here, and we have this random seedling just kind of floating in space. Once Plant 43 is defeated, you finally head into Ark. I caught some legible text here on one of the screens by zooming in. It mostly looks like some nonsense and some local network IP addresses, but maybe someone out there will find it interesting. Fast forward a bit and you fight a character called the Commander. Though it's never really confirmed, we assume this is Hunk, a mercenary and former leader of an Umbrella Special Operations Squad. We've never seen Hunk's face in his appearances throughout the franchise, and I thought maybe there'd be a character model underneath that mask, but unfortunately no luck. What is interesting though is that after the fight, if you zoom in on his hand, you can see he was also affected by the latent strain of the T-virus, implying he was a Raccoon City survivor, and it further cements the Commander's identity as Hunk, since we know he was in the city at the time of the disaster. I'm gonna skip ahead here a bit and get to where Grace clears a path for Leon. We continue to play as Grace here, but in free cam we can watch Leon head over to the spot he starts from when we later switch back to him. He kinda just chills out there for a while, trying not to die. Grace eventually gets to the archives, where she learns the truth of her origins via her mother's recorded interviews of Oswald Spencer. I was surprised to find that these weren't pre-rendered video and that I could actually move around with the camera. and I found some pretty interesting stuff. Before that though, check out this totally evil flowchart that Zeno and Gideon put together of their master plan. This is basically the plot of the whole game. Diabolical stuff. So flipping the camera around here, we get a good look at Oswald E. Spencer, the big bad behind Umbrella Corp. And he looks a little worse for wear, especially his clothing. I assume they just used clothing from another character model in the game somewhere, and it looks like it's probably from this zombie in the care center. The second Spencer tape comes after another Leon segment, so we'll get back to that in a moment. Here's a quick shot of one of the experimental zombies in Ark in its tube. You can see they're very much alive, or unalive, in those tubes with some creepy rapid eye movement and flexing of the jaw. Now for the Lickers. There's one fight with them that I found particularly interesting because of the way they come after you while you're on the catwalk above. They use this duct system above you here. As you approach one of the vents, the cover drops down and a Licker drops right after it. Once the Lickers down below become aware of you, they head over to a point where they despawn, and some audio plays of them thumping around in the ducts. They then respawn and drop through one of the open vents near you. It's a pretty fun time, and I had a blast wrecking these things after being so careful around them with Grace. Then there's this scene where you have to wait for an elevator to arrive while you deal with a whole bunch of zombies. Moving outside the map tells us it's just an illusion and the elevator's there the whole time. Leon then heads up in the elevator just outside Pandora, where he's about to collapse for a while until Grace stops watching home movies and helps him out. So we have one more Spencer video where we get to see baby Grace. No, not her. Not sure why she's here. This guy over here walks in through the wall and brings baby Grace over to Spencer. Trying to get a look at her face had some horrifying results because she's just a head in a blanket. This guy goes back to standing in the void just outside the room. And I think this may actually be Patrick, Spencer's butler that served him for years. Alright, now on to Pandora, where we'll take a look at the bad ending of the game, the one if Grace chooses to destroy Elpis. There's some gibberish scrolling on the screen here, which I've tried to zoom into in case any of y'all want to pause and take a look. Once the destruction starts, it gets really chaotic, and it's pretty difficult to get good free cam footage of this scene, but I tried to capture this a little bit as best I could.
What did you do? My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. With Skyrizi, feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks. Many people were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, and even at 4 years.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi.
Pluto TV has a universe of free content. This is the mantra. This is the mantra. Pluto TV is always free. Free. People just need free stuff. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Grace, get out of here! Go! Right behind you!
Leon! What are you doing? Come on! Leon!
At least I could save you.
Man, what a way to go for Leon, getting killed by Dollar General Wesker. We get one last view of Raccoon City before the credits, and we can see what I'm assuming are vehicles belonging to the FBI here to rescue Grace. There's also a helicopter up above, and I thought maybe our boy Harry was back, but sadly, no. Moving around the scenery here didn't show me too much new stuff until I noticed they moved Pandora out into the city over here. In the center is one of the ruined Raccoon City buildings. And down on the second floor of it, hidden inside, is Grace on the elevator that she takes up from the collapsing Pandora. I guess they just put her here to hide her from the last bit of the cutscene, maybe? And then below that, there's this floating chair and workstation, which must have belonged to Sherry. Her painkillers are nearby too. Perhaps the weirdest thing though is way beyond the map, past Raccoon City and all its assets. There's a background image here that looks pretty out of place. It looks like it may be a picture of a park. There's a bench over here, what looks like a pond, and some buildings in the background, and what I think may be a swan in the pond. This one really stumped me. Maybe a stock photo or an image from some scrapped scene. I don't know, let me know in the comments if you recognize it or what you think about it. Lastly, let's take a look at the much better and less abrupt good ending. If Grace chooses to release Elpis, it's discovered that it's actually a powerful antiviral, and that Spencer's plan for it was something of an atonement for all the evil he's done in his life. Zeno's kind of an idiot and doesn't really consider it before injecting himself with it immediately, and he quickly loses all power granted to him by his infection. An argument ensues between him and Gideon is pretty quick to lash out and decapitate him. What follows is a whole bunch more chaos. Gideon destroys Pandora, sending everything crashing to the ground, and then you face him for the last time as Leon. After a pretty brief fight, Gideon falls off the edge of the platform out of sight, which we know means he'll be back any second as something worse. And here he is, a full-blown, giant, fleshy nemesis that serves as the final boss battle.
Nemesis. You're so damn relentless.
Once Leon gets his badass action hero one-liner before he takes a final shot,
This time, you ain't getting back up.
he ends Gideon once and for all, and he finds Grace, and the two realize that they're pretty much trapped without a way out. That is until this guy shows up to rescue them. Chris Redfield has sent in the BSAA to extract Leon, and they give Grace a lift too. But there's something eerie about these BSAA soldiers. Looking under their masks, you can see that they're all zombies. I've really just expected there to be nothing underneath those masks, like with the commander we saw earlier. So this totally surprised me. It looks like Capcom just reused the BSAA zombie character models you fight as Leon in Raccoon City. So this ending throws a lot at you in a short time, and the map reflects that. There's stuff scattered everywhere. There's the FBI building with the one BSAA agent waiting to be teleported in to hand Grace a nice, comforting, hot cup of nothing. And then there's Emily, who actually makes it out alive and well. They only covered her up with enough monster just to get the shot, and interestingly, the spotlights used here are actual flashlights just floating in midair. So I've seen a lot of talk out there about the ring Leon puts on after taking off his gloves, so I thought I'd give you this alternate shot to try and see it a little better. A lot of people have been wondering who Leon could be married to. I've seen arguments for everyone from Ada to Claire to even Sherry. I kind of just think Capcom wants us to argue about it, but maybe we'll find out more in a DLC or later in the franchise. So that's about it, folks. If there's anything I missed, or there's something else you wanted to see, let me know in the comments, and I may do a follow-up video. I want to thank the developers like Kraydog, Otis Imp, and Original Necoder for building the tools that made this possible. And this is really a long one, so if you stuck with me the whole way, I want to thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a great rest of your day.